Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Hagley Nursery Ground in sunny Christchurch. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of play in this match between New Zealand and New Zealand A. The toss was done about 20 minutes ago and New Zealand A won the toss. They're going to have a bowl. So stick around. As I said, in about 10 minutes time the players will be walking out to the middle. Good morning and welcome to Hagley Park in Christchurch in the South Island of New Zealand for the first game in this exciting, groundbreaking over-40s series. Today's match is New Zealand against New Zealand A. You can see the umpires out there in the middle. They're just waiting on the players who are doing their final preparations and will be striding out to the middle of the Hagley Nursery ground any moment. My name's Jim Morrison and I'll be with you all day and all week, in fact, for the 5 matches that we have in this series. New Zealand versus New Zealand A today. Tomorrow sees Australia against New Zealand A. And then Tuesday, Thursday and Friday we have 3 over-40s internationals between New Zealand and Australia. The first of their kind anywhere in the world. That's the groundbreaking part. So those will be the first over-40 internationals played by any teams, and we're quite excited to see how those pan out. The news here is that New Zealand A have won the toss and they've decided to have a bowl. It's an absolutely stunning day here in Christchurch, not a cloud to be seen. And in just a couple of moments the players should be heading out to the middle, so stick around. So just come into your screen shortly. From the left will be the black and beige New Zealand A team. They look very smart actually in their specifically designed uniforms, channeling the beige of the 1970s and 80s, which we all know and love. And also coming into picture now, the 2 New Zealand over-40s opening batsmen. They are James Marshall and Hardeep Singh. Looks like Hardeep Singh will take the first ball, and it looks like Sean Windle will open the bowling for New Zealand A. I'll tell you about these players as we progress during the day. Hardeep Singh is a player that a lot of people are excited to watch. Very entertaining batsman when he gets going. Plays some, I was going to say unorthodox shots, but you know, with T20 these days, they're shots that some people play, but not so much at veterans cricket level. So watch out for those if he gets his eye in.
Oh, it's a keeper. Who's the keeper? Do you know?
So Sean Windle, he's a left-armer. He was the equal leading wicket taker at the national tournament known as the IPT, the Interprovincial Tournament. Took 10 wickets despite missing a game. Okay, and we're just about to get started in this series. It's going to be Windle to Hardeep. Here we go. Straight away, Hardeep on the drive, confidently into the covers. Looks like a good pitch. It's known for producing reasonably high totals, this Hagley Nursery ground pitch. We're right next to Hagley Oval here. Windle on the money straight away. Looks like a little bit of in swing with the brand new shiny pink Duke ball It's used at this level, both here and in the other international matches. Hardeep Singh is a prolific run scorer in club cricket here in Christchurch. Plays for the Marist Harwood Club, I believe, and scores very heavily. And he'll get his first runs here. It's fielded just inside the boundary at deep backward square leg with a foot thrown out by Ryan Jacobs, I believe that is there. And first runs of the series, Hardeep Singh off the mark with a pull shot for 2. It's full driven into the mass, positioned right on the wing, the ring there. Does well to prevent any run from that firmly hit cover drive. So Hardeep looking aggressive right from as he usually does on a good batting pitch. That one's been tucked around to the only man who's done the fielding down there so far. That's Ryan Jacobs. He's probably going to open the bowling from the far end. And that completes the first over. 3 off it, all to Singh. So all 3 teams arrived in Christchurch yesterday. The Aussies flew in, most of them on Friday night. They had a look around the city of Christchurch, did a little bit of tourism, took the tram tour, and there was a meet and greet at the Beeley pub, which is where all 3 teams are staying. So a bit of mingling and getting to know each other, eyeing each other up. The Aussies are having a training session right now. They'll be coming along to watch the game a little bit later. So it's going to be Ryan Jacobs opening the bowling from, what are we going to call that end? Anne, is that the hospital end?
No, the hospital's over
Okay.
there. Probably the netball centre end.
Not sure I like that one. Let's work on that through the day, shall we? Okay.
Or city end.
The city end. Okay, we'll call it the city end, and this end we'll call the oval end because it's close to Hagley Oval. So Ryan Jacobs, he'll be bowling to James Marshall. No, he won't. He'll be bowling to Hardeep Singh, I'm sorry. Hardeep took a single off the last ball of the last over. So he's on strike, of course. So Ryan Jacobs bowls a heavy ball, as they say. Pretty sharp for this age group. Plays for the Cornwall Cricket Club in Auckland, a club that's produced quite a number of top quality veterans cricketers in New Zealand. Hardeep lets that one pass through to the keeper. The New Zealand Over-40s captain, Adrian Dale, he hails from the Cornwall club. John Cleland, who's played for the Over-40s as well, he's from up there. Mike Harrow, a new member of the Over-40s, Cornwall man as well. Several others. That one's down the leg side, and it's going to be the first extra of the day, a wide. So in terms of teams today, because it's kind of a practice match, the teams have agreed that New Zealand will be allowed to use all of their players, all 14, Only 11 can bat, of course. It's still proper cricket, but all members of the squad can have a bowl. Pulled by Hardeep. He hasn't smashed it, but he's timed it well enough to score the first boundary of the day out to square leg. Looks like a good fast outfield here. And just a nice controlled pull shot from Hardeep. He's done all the run scoring off 70 runs scored so far. So we'll go through the New Zealand team during the course of the day, of course. And New Zealand A, they've got 12 in their squad. They're playing 2 matches, so all 12 will be able to play on both days. It's another kind of a pull shot. It's pretty straight. It's gone wide of mid-on. They're going to take 2, and Hardeep scampering back for 3. He's pretty quick, that guy. So we've seen Hardeep score a 1, a 2, a 3 and a 4. No doubt he'll score a 5 next ball. That brings James Marshall onto strike for his first ball. Former New Zealand international. Played test match in one-day cricket for New Zealand. Both of the Marshall twins are playing in the New Zealand Over-40s team. That's James and Hamish. Hamish will bat 4 today, I think. And James is off the mark with a little push into the onside. And that ends Ryan Jacobs' first over, 9 off it. And New Zealand 12 for no loss after 2 overs.
Get up and do it.
So pretty comfortable start for the New Zealand team. They haven't looked troubled yet. Hardeep Singh has done most of the facing and scoring. He's scored a runner ball 10.
They're meant to be colour coded, I think.
So wherever you're watching, hope you're enjoying it. I'm sure we've got some Australians tuning in as James Marshall dabs that one, well, more than a dab I suppose. He's picked up 4 down to the vacant third man area for his first boundary. Nice little back cut, more than a dab really. Well played. Marshall lets that one pass through to the keeper from Windle, who looks like he's getting a little bit of swing in. He's bowled pretty well so far. Just kept the ball outside off stump. That one swings into the bat of Hamish Marshall. It's well fielded. Sorry, James Marshall. It's well fielded in the covers there. Who's that man? I think it's Nuan Wirasuria out there, who dropped one hand down and did a really nice piece of fielding. That would have gone for 4, I'm sure, if it had beaten him. 1 run scored. to I think we will be in for some head run scoring today. That looks good. The outlook looks fast for Sunday. Odds, some good batsmen on both teams. So everything points towards a reasonably high scoring game. Windle, and that's run by Marshall for an easy to long leg. Squeeze down to Ryan Jacobs again. We'll see what the umpire signals. He's given runs. Was it 2? 2 runs to Hardeep Singh. And it ends Sean Windle's second over. So runs off 5 balls in that over. And 9 off that one as well. So 9 off each of the last 2 overs, and represents a pretty good start for New Zealand over-40s. 21 without loss after 3.
Um, 21.
One of the others. And he's slapped that one down to third man, just a single this time, as there is a fielder in place there, that is Sean Windle. And that brings Hardeep Singh on strike. He was the player of the tournament at the IPT, averaged 100, scored an amazing 174 in the final. It was quite an extraordinary innings, that one. Came off about 120 balls or something, and the last 100 came off probably fewer than 60 balls. He just really went nuts. Big sixes, deft touches, reverse sweeps, scoops, switch hits. Some shots I couldn't even describe. That one is pulled straight again by Hardeep. It's heading out towards long off. There's a diving, sprawling save by the fielder there, and he's done well, and Hardeep scampers back for 3 more. It's his second 3 of the innings. Here's Jacobs again to James Marshall, and he's defending off the back foot into the onside for no run to end Jacobs' second over. That was a much better one, just 4 runs off it. So in terms of the field, the bowling is allowed 3 players out at this stage. I'll let you know who they are in a moment. We've got a mid-wicket on the boundary. There's a fine leg, and I think that's a third man hiding under the tree, or a deep point. So for the first 15 overs of this innings, they'll be allowed 3 out. After the first block of 15 overs, they'll be allowed to put a further fieldsman out to make 4. And then for overs 31 to 45, they'll be allowed 5 fielders outside the inner circle. Oh, that's very full from Wendell. That's how he got a lot of his wickets at the IPT, with very full deliveries. He got quite a few bolds and LBWs, attempting that in-swinging Yorker, but Hardeep was equal to it, dug it out. Former first-class cricketer, Deep Singh, played for Jammu and Kashmir over in India. He's going to pick up multiple runs here as he angles that one down to third man. It's taken 2, and these 2 very quick runners have come back for 3, so that's the 3rd triple that we've seen in this innings already, and we're just into the 5th over. Both quite fit and very quick, these 2. Driven beautifully by James Marshall. No one moves. 4 runs. That was a classic cover drive from the New Zealand Test batsman. Beautiful shot.
Perhaps he should be playing for New Zealand then.
Just watching that on my little replay here. It was such lovely balance. Just down on one knee. Half stroked, half smashed through the covers. Excellent shot. Drives again, but not with such power and timing as the previous shot. Straight up to mid-off for no run. End of the 5th over. The score is 32. So, change of bowler. I believe it's Jerem Wiley having a bowl. Starts with a wide. Jeremy from Hamilton. I'm not sure who he plays his club cricket for, but he is a member of the Seddon Cricket Club, I believe, based out of Seddon Park, famous for their stripy pink blazers. And he just bowls military medium pace, I suppose. And his first 3 deliveries have all been short outside off stump, and this time Hardeep to Nick Smith at point, who misfields a little bit, and they take a single. So Hardeep is going at a bit over a runner ball, 20 off 19. James Marshall just under a runner ball, 12 off 13. He didn't have a great IPT statistically, but we know that he's a very good player. He's a hard hitter of the ball. Maybe not reflected in that particular delivery, which is very wide and called as such by the umpire. But yes, good all-round cricketer, Wiley. Driven nicely by James Marshall up to mid-off, no run. So in case you're wondering, it is Jerem, not Jeremy. There's no Y, but his last name is Wiley, to confuse things. So Jerem Wiley. Cut again, 4 runs. So he's been shooting wide quite a bit this over, and James Marshall is good on the... James Marshall is good enough to get a single off it, just going onto the back foot and punching it up to mid-on. So, end of Wiley's first over, an expensive one. 8 off it.
I think I've got the wrong bowler here.
Alright, I think I'm correct, so you're welcome
Yeah,
to
that's
take
alright.
it.
I've got the
Fine.
wrong person. I'll do it.
Sean Windle's going to continue. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 19. He's actually bowled better than those figures would suggest. But he's just been the victim of some great shots like that. There wasn't too much wrong with that delivery. It was maybe a little bit wide, but James Marshall has pummeled it in the air, over cover, extra cover for 4 runs. Another great shot from James Marshall, who's looking ominously good today. Batting lineup New Zealand have. Coming in next we'll have Deepak June, then Hamish Marshall. Oh, more runs for James Marshall as Windle adjusts his length, but James Marshall gives himself a little bit of room and back cuts it to the empty third man area. I'm not sure why it's empty, but it is. So consecutive boundaries for James Marshall. And things looking a little bit scary for the New Zealand A team, as New Zealand have eased to 48 without loss halfway through the 6th over, almost 7th over, sorry. So what can Windle do here? He's tried bowling full, he's tried bowling shorter. Oh, that's not a bad delivery either, but it's a similar shot. Pretty well fielded by the man at a sort of a gully there, and they take a single. Deep is nicely in behind that one, and there's no run. Man at mid-wicket on the bounce. There was a chance, not a chance, but there were calls for catch as Hardeep played the first expansive shot of his innings, hoiking it out to mid-wicket, and it went one bounce quite quickly to the fielder there, who didn't really have a chance of getting in to make the catch, so he just took it on the first bounce, and the result is 1 run to Hardeep. Marshall goes straight down the ground, beautiful shot, 1 bounce into the boundary just to the left of us here for another boundary, his 3rd of the over, and he's looking imperious. 7 overs gone, 54 without loss. That's 7.7 an over. And already New Zealand A, little bit misfielded, but some of the players are looking a little bit shell-shocked. Jerem Wiley will bowl his second over now from the City end. It's going to be another wide though. The length was better, but the line was not. It's wide again. Not great bowling from Wiley. Not proving himself particularly wily as an adjective. So no balls delivered in this over, as in 0. Ooh, that's a better one. Nice and full, and sneaks under the bat of Hardeep, but not threatening his stumps. Hardeep drives gracefully, not with much power, and takes a single as the extra cover fieldsman comes around and ooh, it's first false shot of the day from James Marshall. He's played the off and cover drives very nicely today, but that one just took the inside edge and squirted down to fine leg for a rather fortuitous single. So one of the better balls that Wiley's bowled, and one of the poorer shots that Marshall's played. Wiley finishing this over better than he started it. The last couple of balls have been pretty good. Oh, drop catch. It's gone right through the hands of the fielder at slip. I think that's Leighton Parsons. It is. Went to him at head height, right in front of us here. He had plenty of time to sight it, and I think he really should have taken that catch. Flashing drive by Hardeep. So, chance for New Zealand A goes begging. James Marshall goes over extra cover, 4 runs. He's played that shot a couple of times today, and that will be really dispiriting for the New Zealand A bowlers after Jerem Wiley did manage to create a chance. Catch went down, very next ball James Marshall slapped it over extra cover for 4 runs to ruin what had otherwise been a pretty good over. So bad luck, Jerem Wiley.
bowler. Number 9. Who's number 9?
So Nick Smith is the new bowler. He's going to be replacing Sean Windle, slow left armour. And James Marshall straight onto the sweep. He's going to pick up 2 runs. No, 3 in fact. They come storming back for 3, does Hardeep Singh. So straight onto the sweep shot. I told a lie off the last ball of the last over. It was actually Hardeep Singh who had played that expansive shot over extra cover for 4, not James Marshall. Apologies. It's hard enough to distinguish the 2 batters as it is, which you wouldn't think would be a huge problem considering that one of them's a bearded Indian and the other one is a clean-shaven Pakeha, but quite far and my eyesight's not very good anyway. I just hope the 2 Marshall brothers don't bat together, because I'll have no chance. Anyway, so the score is 67, I believe?
Yep.
Yep, after 8.2 overs. Here's Smith again. It's a good delivery. Brings Hardeep forward. Bowls pretty flat, does Nick Smith. Took 6 wickets at an average of 23 at the IPT. His best was 2 for 14 against Auckland. That was a team that included James Marshall, so he probably would have bowled to him. Oh, that's a very good delivery. A bit of turn there, I think. Hardeep went to play it on the onside and it just straightened on him by the looks of things. It's a good delivery. And that ends what was quite a quickly bowled over. Just the 3 off the first ball. And good start from Nick Smith. Just for clarification, he's not the Mayor of Nelson, who has the same name. Looks like Ryan Jacobs will come back into the attack. Bowled 2 overs for 13, opening the bowling. Was then given a rest, and he's having another go. He'll be bowling to James Marshall, who gets no run off the first ball as there's a little bit of a bat and pad shot. Goes out to square leg. Marshall using his feet, turns that into a full toss, but he just gets it right at the toe end of the bat and doesn't get any power into that shot, which goes up to mid-off for 1 run. Score is 68 without loss after 9.2 overs. And the young lad doing the scoreboard updates things. Hamish Marshall doing a good job there, showing his all-round talents. And speaking of all-round talents, that's been whacked away by Hardeep Singh over straight mid-wicket for 4 runs. Just 1 or 2 bounces. Moving into his work now is Hardeep, showing his repertoire. It's his 3rd boundary. He's up to 32 at a run a ball. quite a big field here, the Hagley Nursery Ground by New Zealand standards, and it does look like there are quite a few gaps here the way these two men are batting. Here's Jacobs again to Hardeep, and that's a wide down the leg side. He has bowled 2 or 3 wides already, has Ryan Jacobs. Bowls at pretty good pace for this over 40s standard of cricket, but just having a wee bit of trouble with the compass. And that continues, another wide down leg side. Speaking of bowlers with good pace, we had Shane Bond with us first thing this morning. About an hour before play, he presented the baggy caps to the New Zealand players to commemorate their representation of New Zealand. Sure, that was a big honour for the players to be presented their caps by one of New Zealand's greatest fast bowlers. Still looks very fit. Shane Bond at the age of 47 did make it very clear that he was not interested in playing over 40s cricket, but he may have left the door open for over 50s. We'll keep working on him. Hardeep with a nice little wristy shot, flicking it down to fine leg for a single. So runs coming pretty easily in these first 10 overs. This will be the last ball of the first block of 10 overs. And 75 is the score. And there's going to be 4 more to that as James Marshall plays another lofted off drive. He's played a few of those today, and it races into the boundary at long off. So 4 runs to James Marshall. He's up to 39 off 26 deliveries. And after 10 overs, it's 79 without loss. That's 7.9 runs an over. So, wherever you're watching around the world, I'm not sure where our viewers are, you're welcome to leave a comment in the comments section on the YouTube page to show us whereabouts you are. Maybe some Aussies tuning in to see how these two teams shape up ahead of the Australians' matches against them. We might have some folks over in the UK or South Africa or even India, who knows. Wherever you are, welcome to Christchurch, virtually. So Nick Smith continuing with his little left arm darts. It's a full toss, that one, and James Marshall does not allow him to get away with it. Whacks it over mid-on, in fact, for 4 runs. Consecutive boundaries from the bat of James Marshall. 1 was in the last over, and he's raced up to 43 off 27, 8 boundaries in that. Makes that one into another full toss, but just a single down to mid-on. Easiest of singles for Hardeep Singh, just turning it into the onside and walking through for a single. So New Zealand A might be wondering where are they going to get a wicket. They did have a chance a couple of overs back. Catch was dropped at slip. Nice little paddle sweep from James Marshall. Just picks up a single though. End of a pretty good over that still conceded 8. So there's a bit of a consultation amongst the New Zealand A Brains Trust. Captain is James Mackey from the Hawke's Bay. He was just having a word with Jason Grobler, the tall Auckland opening batsman. And it's going to be Ryan Jacobs to continue. Full toss, gets away with it. So Ryan Jacobs, I think it's fair to say he did not have a great IPT. Took 1 wicket for 134 runs in the tournament. So clearly he was selected for this team based on potential rather than results. And he's gone wicketless so far in this match. It's a good delivery though, not much that Marshall can do on that occasion. Plays it comfortably though, into the offside, no run. Fantastic day here in Christchurch, perfect for cricket. Warm but not too hot, very light breeze. Marshall finds the gap this time, and they'll pick up 2 as the fielder comes around from third man. 2 more to Marshall. So it is a beautiful day. We've got a few spectators here. The word has got around, and there's a nice smattering of people in their little camp chairs and picnic rugs, forming a line around the outfield here to watch some beautiful batting like that straight drive from James Marshall. Pretty full from Jacobs, and Marshall punched it straight back past the bowler into the boundary for 4, and I believe that is his 50. So 50 for James Marshall, the first half century of the series. 51 off 34 deliveries. It's been a very good display of controlled hitting. Such as that shot again. He's actually just cleared the mid-off fielder. And it's going to be... Is it hauled in or not? The other member of the team who is standing close to it looks like he's signalled 4, but the fielder has not, and I think they just scored 2 there. So, very good half century for James Marshall. As I said, 53 off 35 deliveries. That's a strike rate of 151. He's played some beautiful shots.
12.
Quite a few of those shots over cover. A couple of nice cover drives along the ground as well, and some good back cuts. He's looked really, really classy so far, has Marshall. Hardeep Singh has been a little bit more sedate, 35 off 37, but that's the way he starts off his innings. I'm sure if he keeps going, then he will unfurl that amazing range of shots that he has. But no real need to do it just yet, with the run rate being just a tick under 8. He's hit that one out into the onside. I don't know if it'll go for 4. It's picked up inside the boundary by Andrew McCarr, and they take 2.
Leave it. It's got drinks after this.
Ooh, attempted sweep shot by Hardeep, no run. Now, what's the umpire going to signal here? He's going to signal nothing, so that will indicate a run off that sweep shot from Hardeep. So Nick Smith bowling pretty well. He's bowled 1 or 2 full tosses, but otherwise he's kept these 2 batsmen scoring at a lower rate than they are overall. Marshall gives himself a little bit of room there, tries to hit it through the offside field, but cannot do so. So he is generally quite economical. Smith, the left arm spinner from Tauranga. Ooh, it's fuller, and it's been switch hit by Marshall over or past point. It's always confusing when people become left-handed all of a sudden. So he's switch hit it over point for 4. 1 or 2 bounces into the fence. Super shot. It was a full toss, but still the ability to play these switch hits is pretty impressive. Good improvisation from James Marshall. What will he do this time? Down the track, over extra cover again. 4 more. Consecutive boundaries to end what had promised to be a decent over by Smith, but James Marshall just too good. He wasn't quite to the pitch of that one, but he just threw the hands at it and timed it well enough to get over the boundary. 61 from 38 he is now, James Marshall. What can New Zealand A do to stem this flow? As I mentioned, there's plenty more batting coming up. Deepak June, Hamish Marshall, Steve Hobson, Nigel Collins, and that's just the batters. Scott Mara as well, he's a good player. Ben Rapson, goodness me. This is Wiley back into the attack. So James Mackey chopping and changing his bowlers. Jeremy Wiley's bowled 2 overs for 12. No. Alright, we'll try and... I think I made a mistake here with Jeremy Wiley's figures, so try and catch that up. But the overall score is correct, 106. Yep, after 13 overs. And that's over 8 and over now, 8.15. So if they were to keep that up, that would be, what's 45 times 8? It's quite a lot, 300 plus. Whipped over, square leg for 4 by Hardeep. Nice shot, just clipped it off his toes into one of those numerous gaps that there are on this large Hagley Nursery ground outfield. So he's keeping up his 100% strike rate. He's 42 off 41 now, Hardeep. He was dropped at slip. Pretty straightforward catch, I'd say, by Leighton Parsons. Shelled it. There's some good fielding from New Zealand A. Well, the first bit of it is Nick Smith parrying it to his left, Sean Windle picking up and then firing a bit of a wayward return in. So just 1 to Hardeep. Okay, so there's one more over before the players will take the first of 2 scheduled drinks breaks. That will happen at the completion of the 15th over. And it's been all one-way traffic so far. 1-1-1. Nelson without loss. Hardeep sweeps hard into the boundary for 4. Went right down on one knee on that occasion, did Hardeep, and hit hard down on the ball. Didn't give anyone a chance of stopping it. His 5th boundary. James Marshall has 11 boundaries. And Hardeep close to a 50 as well. Sweeps again. Has he beaten the field? Kind of. It's half stopped. And they'll take 2, which brings Hardeep up to 49. So just 1 away from a 50 for him. Hardeep smashes it into the onside. It's well fielded though by Makar on the boundary, and they just take a single. That brings up his 50. Well batted, Hardeep. So half century for Hardeep. Gives it a little raise of the bat. And Marshall sweeps as well. He hasn't timed that one. And the fielder at short fine leg tidies up. Just 1. Hardeep's 50, coming off 45 deliveries with 5 boundaries. And he picks up another one here. So last ball of the first block of 15 overs. We'll take a little break after that, or during the drinks break. The players will have a little bit of refreshment. Ooh, Marshall beaten in the flight that time for one of the first occasions in this innings. And that ends the over and the first block of 15 overs. 120 without loss. That's some nice even maths. That's 8 and over. And a great start from the New Zealand Over-40s team. We'll be back here in about 5 minutes, I'd say. Okay, so after that short little drinks break, play's going to resume. I think it's going to be Jerem Wiley back into the attack.
Who's the new batsman?
So yeah, James Marshall has retired. I think it's Deepak June coming in now.
Oh, is the bowler's Wiley still?
So James Marshall is retired, and Deepak June is the new batter, coming to replace him. With this being a practice match, the New Zealand captain Peter Connell deciding to give as many of his players a chance to bat as he can. It was a good innings from Marshall, 62 I think he scored, in a very quick time. And Deepak June is the new batter. We'll tell you about him. very shortly. Hardeep Singh with a very flowing cover drive out to the sweeper. He takes a single. So Deepak June, left-handed number 3 for New Zealand. Another player of Indian descent, played first-class cricket in India. I can't remember the team that he played for, but he's also played first-class cricket for Wellington. Scored a lot of runs at club level in Wellington, and he's now moved to the Northern Districts area. He does coaching up there. I think he coaches the Northern Districts A team. Very good player, very strong on the off the back foot, pulls well, and has a lovely drive as well. Let's see what he can do on what looks to be a nice batting wicket. He was one of the top scorers at the IPT was June. Scored a century in the first match and also scored a 90 in the tournament as well. It's a wide from Wiley. And June is off the mark with a little tuck off his legs down to long leg. And he'll take one. So we've got a left hand, right hand combination now, which will not improve the mood of the New Zealand A fielders, who have already had to do quite a lot of ball chasing the first 15 overs. The score is 1-2-3-4-0. 1-2-4 now is Hardeep scampers another single down to long on. 124 without loss. We have had one retirement. So I think these days that does technically count as a dismissal. You are retired out if you choose to end your innings. It used to be that you could just retire and get a nod out to your name, but I think it does go in the book as retired out now. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Okay, Nick Smith continuing to Hardeep, who hoists that one over backward square leg, one bounce for 4. Down on one knee, whacked it away. There's no one even close to fielding that ball. And Hardeep picks up his 6th boundary. We might see him being retired shortly, as he's eased his way up to 57. And as I said before, plenty of batters to get today. I'm sure Peter Connell would want as many as possible of his top and middle order players to get a decent innings ahead of the international matches against Australia. That one's cut. It's going to be more runs, probably 4, I think. It's gone into the boundary now. Showing a full range of shots, Hardeep Singh. We haven't even seen any of his ridiculous switch hits and what have you yet. He's played mainly conventional cricket shots. And he plays another conventional shot to pick up a single. So Nick Smith, I think he's bowled better than his figures would suggest. 4.4 overs, none for 40, that's 8.5 an over, but he was the victim of some pretty good batting from James Marshall. But he hasn't bowled badly. Generally bowls pretty flat and quick on the stumps. I don't think he turns it a huge amount. Ooh, gives that one some air, and it's made into a full toss and hit out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 by Deepak June. So it just seems like when he tries that to give the ball a bit more air, it often results in a full toss and spoils what, well, actually there'd already been 2 boundaries off the first 2 balls, so I can't say it was a great over. Ends up with 3 boundaries and a single. That's a total of 13 off that over. So Nick Smith now has none for 44 from 5. And the run rate continues at 8. Yeah, change new one. Bowl of the day. He's an off spinner from Wellington of Sri Lankan extraction. He bowled pretty well at the IPT. Took 5 wickets at an average of 18. He was hit around in the first game a little bit, but after that bowled pretty tightly. Let's see what he can do to these New Zealand top order players. Starts well. Maybe just a suggestion of a little tiny bit of turn there. We'll keep an eye on that. Hardeep Singh goes big again, over cow corner for another boundary. So, I don't know if he's in full flow yet, Hardeep Singh, but he's definitely in that aggressive mindset. He's got his strike rate up to 120. So that ball has disappeared into the water hazard, a stream that goes around the perimeter of this field. So there's calls for a new ball. We don't have the luxury of being able to provide brand new balls on every occasion, so we'll either have to retrieve this one or dig out one from the bag of practice balls. There's about 5 or 6 people looking at the water now. Someone is taking their socks and shoes off, I can see. So it looks like we are in for a retrieval effort. There's someone in a high-vis vest as well, striding purposefully over to see what he can do. But the man in the bare feet looks like he's going to venture into the stream. Mr. High-Vis, he's gone in there as well. He's disappeared from view. Spectators are looking on with great interest and concern. Looks like the ball has been found. I don't know what condition it'll be in. Obviously wet. So, as if things weren't tough enough for the New Zealand A players, they've now got to deal with a sodden cricket ball. So any chance of swing, I'd suggest, will be limited even further. The two umpires are examining the ball at the moment, discussing the prospects for continuing. And having done that, they've tossed the ball to the bowler and said, "Carry on, mate." So good work from the spectators. That man in the high-vis bib covered a lot of ground to go do that retrieval. He was about 60 metres away when that ball was struck, and he strode very purposefully over, ventured into the stream. In fact, I think it's one of the New Zealand players. He's wearing a bib. Anyway, good work, and we've got the ball back and we're ready to go. So 4 runs to Hardeep, that was the result of that. Much more sedate passage of play now as Hardeep pops the ball into the onside and takes a single. It takes him up to 67 now, 56 deliveries. So we could be looking at a score well in excess of 300 here. Wirasuri getting some good encouragement from his players, as he should. He's bowled pretty well in this over so far. That's another good tight dot ball delivery to end his first over, which conceded that boundary which caused the delay in play, and also a single. 5 off his first over. New Zealand A captain James Mackey continuing to revolve his bowlers with the score at 142 without loss after 18 overs. Ryan Jacobs is going to have another bowl. This will be his first spell from the oval end. Replacing Nick Smith. So Ryan Jacobs, he's bowled 4 overs, none for 33. He's bowling to Hardeep Singh. And they'll get a run. I think it'll be a leg bye. There may have been a little bit of bat on it. Umpire signals a bye, in fact. Okay, so it beat everything. The sound I heard must have just been the ball hitting the wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper is Bo Dench from Auckland, who's been solid behind the stumps today. You may have heard his hand. There he's ringing it and looks like he's wincing somewhat. Yep, he's definitely hurt his hand, but he's going to soldier on. Bowler in this team that we've seen so far today. Nicely driven by Deepak June, out to the cover sweeper for 1. Oh, delicately dabbed, very, very fine by Hardeep. There's a lot of work for the third man, who was pretty square, to come right fine and pick that one up, which he does, and they take 3 runs. So Hardeep up to 70 with that nice little dab down to, well, we'll call it third man. That's the third man zone.
Go, Rhino!
And we'll get to June now. And he drives it sweetly out to the gap, and it's going to go for 4, I think. That's a very nice piece of timing. It looked like he just pushed it, but he placed it so beautifully between the cover and long off fieldsman that it snuck across the boundary for 4. So, end of Jacob's comeback over, his 5th. He has none for 41 now. And after 19 overs, it's 151 without loss. So the 150 coming up in that over. Here's Surya again, and cramping Hardeep a little bit. He just pushes it out to point, no run. This one's short again, and again Hardeep can't do much with it. Sweeps this time, makes it into a full toss, and it beats the fielder for 4 runs. Probably could have done a little bit better there. Andrew McCarr on the mid-wicket boundary, sprawling across to his right. Lets it go through, and now he's got a bit of a chase down into the practice nets to retrieve it. So another boundary for Hardeep Singh. That's boundary number 9 for him. He's up to 74. So Surya just lacking a bit of consistency with his length. He bowled a couple of good short-ish deliveries to start, and then that one full toss. Swept again by Hardeep. This one is in the gap and gives McCann no chance. And it's another boundary. 2 in a row. So Hardeep Singh may be closing in on a century here. He's up to 78. And he does look like he's in that mood where he's thinking boundary as his first option. Ooh, now a lot happened in that ball. It looked like he was going to do a switch hit at one point. It looked like he was shaping up to play left-handed, stayed right-handed, and ended up getting a little bit of a inside edge onto his own body. And after all that, it's just a dot ball. Followed by very conservative forward defence to end an eventful over again. 2 boundaries off it. That equals 8, and Weerasuriya has none for 13 after 2, and it's 159 after 20. So Hardeep is retired at the end of that over, again giving chance to other people to bat. So good innings from him. 78 retired, 64 balls, 10 boundaries. And that will bring Hamish Marshall to the wicket. So things don't get any easier for the New Zealand A bowlers with the former Test batsman and perhaps the premier player in the New Zealand Over-40s side, Hamish Marshall, walking to the wicket to join Deepak June, who's on strike now, facing Jacobs. And it's a wide full toss, which he just manages to get some bat on. Hits it down to third man for 1. And that will bring Hamish Marshall onto strike. Just turned 44 a couple of days ago, which coincidentally is the same age as his twin brother, James. What an amazing coincidence that is. Born on the same day, in fact, they were. So Hamish Marshall played 13 Test matches, 66 one-day internationals, and I think a few T20 internationals, 264 first-class games, almost 15,000 runs. Pretty good figures. Highest Test score of 160 against Australia, I believe, which will maybe stand him in good stead for this 3-match series coming up this week. Also played well at the national tournament, the IPT, back in November. Scored a century in that series. And he's off the mark with a nice little flick off his legs, which will bring him 2. He's also quick between the wickets, like his brother James. Still quite fit, the Marshall twins. After 24.
It's timed it nicely straight away.
That's nicely timed into the covers, and misfield there by Wirasuria. He has taken the pace off the ball and it's hauled in just inside the boundary, and Marshall takes 2.
Sorry?
You do electronic scoring, eh?
Yeah.
So no wickets taken by the New Zealand A team yet after 21 overs. Plenty of runs scored by New Zealand. We've had 2 retirements. James Marshall retired for 62, and Hardeep Singh in the last over retired for 78. So no real success for the New Zealand A players, who are pushing for selection in the New Zealand World Cup squad. I'll tell you a little bit about the World Cup during the course of this over from Nuwan Wirasuria. He'll start by bowling to Deepak June, who's on 11 from 13. So the Over-40s Cricket World Cup will be played in Karachi, Pakistan from September the 23rd to October the 8th of this year, so not far away. No run there. 14 teams scheduled to attend, including New Zealand. Be some, if the reports are to be believed, there'll be some very big name players from Pakistan, ex-internationals. And although veterans cricket is not about ex-celebrity players, some teams do choose little players. Here's a chance of a catch. It's gone high up in the air. Reverse cup taken by long off. So, first wicket, the first success for New Zealand A. Finally, after 21.2 overs, Deepak June falls, caught. I don't know who the fielder is out there. Caught on the long off boundary for 11. And that will give the New Zealand A players something to smile about finally. They're pretty delighted, I think. So I really have no idea who that fielder was.
With no idea. Do you know which number?
Anyway, it was a solidly taken catch, reverse cup, fairly straightforward.
Is that number 20 going back there? That's position.
Number 20.
Yeah. So do we know who number 20 is?
So Steve Hobson is the new batsman. Know that much. I'll try and identify the catcher. Is he back in position now? He's coming up to mid.
He's coming up, isn't he? Oh,
I think it's Byron Jollivet, I think, who took that catch. Looking through my binoculars, I think I've identified him, Byron Jollivet. So what do we know? We've got Steve Hobson on strike. The score is 164 for 1. We've got 2 new batsmen, in fact, Hobson and Marshall. Steve Hobson was up in Christchurch recently. He lives in Wanaka, which is in Otago at the bottom of the South Island. But he was up in Christchurch playing Hawke Cup cricket. Hawke Cup is representative cricket for the minor provinces in New Zealand, and Steve Hobson still plays at that level, which is pretty good standard. Plays for Otago Country. And now here he is playing for the New Zealand Over-40s team. Originally South African, Hobson. Played, I believe, for the South African under-19 side, so that's a pretty good achievement.
164 off 22.
So we've got a change of bowling here. Who's this? Is this Wiley again? No. Yes, it is Jerem Wiley. I think this will be about his 4th spell now. What are his figures, Anne?
4 overs for 27.
4 overs for 27. So I have screwed up a little bit with his figures. So what you see on the screen is not actually his correct figures. He has none for 27. And he starts with wide, as he has done previously. Shout for LBW. I didn't really look out from here. Marshall had a good stride in. It looked like it might have been a little bit high perhaps. Here's Wiley again to Marshall. Oh, this is beaten this time, so he's got Marshall in some trouble. Here's Wiley. After starting with that wide, he's had a good shout for LBW and now beaten Marshall outside the off stump. And again got him in trouble. Another shout for LBW, less vociferous than the first one, but that's 3 really good deliveries in a row from Wiley, who is finally getting close to some reward for his efforts, and this is the best of the spells that he's bowled so far. Oh, but this time Hamish Marshall just puts all that work to nothing as he clips the ball beautifully off his pads, wide of mid-on for 4. Really nice cricket shot, that one. Beautifully timed by Hamish Marshall. And that's a bit disheartening for Jerem Wiley, who had bowled 3 great deliveries, and that one wasn't even that bad, but just really nicely placed by Hamish Marshall. That one's short, and it's going to be 4 more, pulled away with disdain by Hamish Marshall. I think you've got to be a little bit quicker than Jerem Wiley to bowl that length, and Marshall hit it well in front of square. For the second boundary of the over, his 2nd overall, and he's moved up to 12 off 11. So the overall run rate is 7.5. It's dropped a little bit from, it was up near 8.2 at one point, but that's understandable considering we've had the 2 retirements and a wicket. So Wirasuriya, statistically definitely the pick of the bowlers. He's taken the only wicket and he's gone for 4 1/3 and over. And now he's beaten Hobson's attempt at a cut. Steve Hobson yet to get off the mark. Down the pitch this time, good use for the feet. He's beaten the field and it will race across this quick outfield into the boundary for 4. So Hobson is off the mark now. That was a nice shot. Just took a couple of little skips down the wicket, opened the face of the bat and hit it to the left of the mid-off field. It's nicely bowled by Wirasuria. He's just dangling it outside the off stump there, and Hobson looking for a half-hearted drive into the offside, beaten. Well bowled again, edged down past slip, and they will take a single. So it's a pretty good over. It did include a boundary, but that was more good batting than bad bowling. And Wirasuria now has 1 for 18 from his 4. So conceding just 4.5 and over is pretty good in the context of this high-scoring innings. Jerem Wiley bowled a pretty good over last time, so he's getting another one. This will be his 6th, I think. And again, Wiley has Marshall in trouble. It looks like he might have got an edge on that one, I'm not sure. It wasn't taken cleanly by the keeper anyway. But definitely beaten. That, Hobson, I'm sorry, Hobson. That one's slashed down to third man. Kind of a attempt at a cut, taken 1. So Hobson hasn't looked quite as settled as his predecessors in the batting lineup, just taking a little while to get going. Marshall, both the Marshalls and Hardeep and even Deepak June looked pretty comfortable early on. And again, good bowling from Wiley, this time beating Hamish Marshall's attempt at a drive. Be a single down to long on. Parsons guided down to third man by Hobson for another single, and it's the end of another good over from Jerem Wiley. So he's preferring to bowl at this end, it seems. His 2 overs from this end have been pretty good. This the oval end. Oval in this case not describing the shape of the end, more referring to the fact that Heg is close to this end of the ground. 5 overs gone now. Run rate 7.24, so that's still extremely healthy. 180, 20 overs left. Another 140. It'll be 320. That might be a target to aim for, maybe even a bit. Let's visit that as we progress.
Well, I missed a single. Oh, must have done in the previous one then.
Again, nice use of the feet by Hobson, just gently pushing it down to long on for 1. He moves up to 8. Hamish Marshall's on 13. Right, here's Wirasuria again, and Marshall tries to sweep, can't make contact. Ooh, driven back towards the bowler by Marshall, a little bit aerial, and it's collected, I suppose, on the half volley by the bowler. So close to a caught and bowled chance. Tossed up again this time and driven without much time. Hey Marshall. Good over again, just 2 off it. And this run rate that was up over 8 is now just at 7. So a pretty good comeback from the New Zealand A team. And perhaps sensing an opportunity, James Mackey has brought back his strike bowler, Sean Windle, left arm opening bowler. Tall, solid chap from Wellington. He's originally from Otago. Did play Hawke Cup cricket for Otago country, the bowler. And the man he's bowling to, the man who's at the non-strikers end, currently plays Hawke Cup for Otago country. So plenty of Otago country representation out here in the middle. So Sean Windle still trying to shine that ball. It's taken a rather lengthy dip in the stream already, so I'm not sure what success he'll have shining it, but he's trying hard. That one slashed away, a little bit of a misfield by Wickets at backward point, but no run. This time, and it's slashed away by Marshall, but the field is well set and the deep point keeps to one.
Great bowling, fella. Keep working.
There'll be runs for Marshall, just one of them. Hobson was interested in the second, but Marshall declined as the fielder at a wide long off came around. That's Ryan Jacobs. Driven again, this time by Hobson, and no run as he hits it to the only man on the offside inside the circle. It's the captain, James Mackey, and that's the end of the 27th over with the score at 187. Beautiful shot by Marshall. 4 runs. Used his feet, shuffled down, opened the face of the bat and hit it out to extra cover for 4 runs. Really nice piece of batting there. Consecutive boundaries, that's another one to Marshall. Skipping down the wicket again, hitting it over the leg side this time. So he's taking the initiative against Wickets, not letting the little off spinner dictate terms.
I've got what I'm for the treasure.
2 more to Marshall. Takes him up to 26. And he's looking a little more comfortable now as Hamish Marshall. He had a few jittery moments early on, was beaten outside the off stump a couple of times, a couple of little inside edges, and Some LBW shouts, but the last couple of overs he's looked a lot more fluent and comfortable. In this over he scored a 4, a 4, a 2 and a 1. Good bowling from Wirasuria. Marshall tried to use his feet again, but couldn't get to the pitch that time. And that ends the over. 198.
What did you have it on?
Windle
1-8.
Windle still working furiously on that ball, trying to get every little possible semblance of swing that he can with this 28 over old ball. And maybe he does get a little bit as he beats Hobson's attempt at an off drive. He does have a nice angle that he bowls at, Sean Windle. Nice left armers slant. Here he is again to Hobson. Hobson is driving down to long off. 1 run is taken. And that is the 200 up for the New Zealand Over-40s team. 200 for 1, halfway through the 29th over. There's also a couple of retirements in that, if you're just joining us. James Marshall was retired out by his captain for 62. Yeah, definitely a little bit of swing there, I think, from Windle. That one really looked like it shaped back in. So James Marshall retired for 62. Hardeep Singh retired out for 78. And the only actual wicket to fall was that of Deepak June, who was caught Wirasuria. Up outside the stump, and it's smashed by Hobson, I think. Nice cover drive from the Otago Country Hawke Cup representative with number 6 on his back for New Zealand, and that's his second 4 of the day. Takes him up to 15. 16 overs to go in this innings. So New Zealand just accumulating runs at the moment. They've accumulated 2 more with that push down to long on by Steve Hobson. So perhaps just looking to go at maybe 6 or 7 and over for the next 5, and then really put the hammer down in the final 10 overs of this 45 over match. This is the last over before the second drinks break, so maybe after that drinks break, in fact, they'll look to accelerate. So this will be the last ball before the drinks break. Hamish Marshall facing up to Nuwan Wirasuria. Uses his feet again, beats the cover fieldsman, and the sweeper has to do the tidying up. They just take one. Over and drinks is the call from the umpire. 209 for 1 after 30 overs. That's just a tick under 7. We'll take a little break, as the players do, and be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, so we're into the final block of 15 overs. 3 of them, of course, in these 45 over games. New Zealand Over-40s, 209 for 1 after 30 overs. Only one batsman actually dismissed today. That was Deepak June, who was caught Jollivet bowled Weerasuriya for 11 from 17. Before that, James Marshall retired for 62 off 40 deliveries, and Hardeep Singh 78 off 68. At the moment, we've got Hamish Marshall on 29, Steve Hobson on 19. Sean Windle is bowling. He's been a little bit expensive, none for 50 off his 6. Scoop over the head of the keeper, down towards the boundary. Will it make it? It's running. Weerasuriya is giving chase, and he can't keep it in. 4 runs to Hamish Marshall with some innovation, so I think we are going to see some adventurous cricket now. Here's Windle again to Marshall, and he's driving it down to long on. Just a normal traditional cricket shot. Speaking of Windles, we've had a comment on our YouTube page from a Marilyn Windle. Hello Marilyn, I'm not sure if you're Sean's mother perhaps, sister, wife, but thank you.
You've got to be careful chucking it seam up. Yeah, it's just food. I know.
Hamish on 34 and Steve Hobson on 24.
So the New Zealand A bowling figures, most of them don't make for particularly exciting reading. Sean Windle, none for 53 from 7. Ryan Jacobs, none for 46 from 6. Jerem Wiley, none for Jacobs, none for 46 from 6. Jerem Wiley, none for 39 from 6. Nick Smith, none for 44 from 5. And Nuwan Weerasuriya, the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 36 from 7. And he's about to bowl his 8th. Bowling to Steve Hobson, who's 24 from 31. He'll add one more to that with this little punch down to long on, skipping down the wicket and just gently hitting it to the long on fielder, who I believe is Byron Jollivet. Took a catch earlier on, the only catch of the match. Strongly into the covers. It's partially fielded by the fielder there, but burst through his hands, and the two cover sweepers, long off and cover sweeper converge. One of them does the fielding, and Marshall takes 2, which brings him up to 36. He's played some lovely shots like that. He's also been in a little bit of trouble, beaten a few times. 2-2-2 is the score. Uses his feet again and just chips it fairly straight, so they should pick up another 2. There's a misfield there, which makes it even easier to do so. 2-2-4 now. So the New Zealand A players do have numbers on their back, but I'm not sure they represent. I think they may have just been able to choose whatever they want. Weerasuriya is number 44. Bo Dench, the keeper, is number 77. Oh, there's a top edge, chance of a catch. It'll be taken easy by the keeper, Dench, who we've just mentioned. And that is the end of Hamish Marshall. Trying to pull that delivery that wasn't too short. Top edge, straight up in the air. Keeper circled around underneath for a little while, getting his bearings. Ended up taking the catch quite comfortably. And it's another wicket for Wickets. So he's taken both of the wickets to fall. And Marilyn Windle's request for a wicket has been met.
Ben Rapson's the next man.
So with the fall of that wicket, the second, you see the sturdy frame of Ben Rapson striding towards the middle to meet his batting partner Steve Hobson. Ben Rapson, number 12. The New Zealand numbers are in alphabetical order, with the exception of captain, who's number 1. Everyone else follows in alphabetical order. And then when a new player plays for New Zealand, he will take the subsequent number. So Rapson starts with R, he's number 12, and he's about to face his first delivery from Nuwan Wickets, who now has 2 for 40. That one jumps up a little bit on Rapson. Good bit of bounce. Ben Rapson is a local boy these days. I believe he's originally from Wellington, or at least he spent a lot of time in Wellington. Played for the University Cricket Club up there. Now plays for Riccarton in the local Premier Club Cricket League, so he's playing the top level of club cricket here in Christchurch still. He's a batting all-rounder, bowls some off-spin, but primarily a batsman. And he's negotiated his first 2 deliveries. Wickets ends his 8th over, 2 for 40 he has, so statistically by far the best of the New Zealand A bowlers.
We've got 2 to 4 we want.
Okay, Ryan Jacobs is back into the attack now.
Can't have wickets.
He's bowled quite a few spells as well. This is probably his 4th spell, I think. He bowled 2 separate spells from the City end, and I'm pretty sure this is his 2nd spell from this end. That's a total of 6 overs that he's bowled now, 6.1 if you include this last delivery. None for 47. So Ben Rapson just taking a few balls to get his eye in. He has been playing regularly for Riccarton in the Premier Division here in Christchurch, as I mentioned. I think he usually bats number 3 for them, so that's a pretty good standard that he's playing Saturday to Saturday. And bowls a bit of off spin as well. New Zealand have, I suppose, 3 spinners, 3 frontline spinners in their team today, if you include Ben Rapson. Also Vishal Dubey and Scott Mara. Some variation in there too, with Rapson being an off spinner, Dubey a left arm orthodox, and Scott Mara a leg spinner, so that will give Captain Peter Cannell a few options. Tight over this from Ryan Jacobs so far. Is the nickname Rhino, as you'd expect. Big shout for LBW, and again, full straight hit on the toe. Ben Rapson trying to clip that off his toes, but couldn't jam down on it, and all the players went up, and it's another wicket. So Jacobs takes his first, and New Zealand lose their third. Ben Rapson out for a duck.
Who's number 9?
New batter is a mystery to me at the moment. I will check. It is Scott Mara. So we were just speaking about Scott Mara a moment ago. Leg spinner, also a batting all-rounder, and he's getting a chance to bat now. Also plays for the Cornwall Cricket Club. I mentioned before that the club has produced quite a few good over-40s and over-50s players. Scott Mara is another to add to that list. Until recently he was playing for the club's first team, so the Premier League, which is a very high standard in Auckland. And in fact, the man who took that wicket in the last over, Ryan Jacobs, I believe, is also Cornwall. It's a good Cornwall connection. Excellent over from Jacobs. So we're at 9th. These 5 inches, bowlers a maximum of 9. In this match, just taking on slightly different complexion with the loss of those wickets. We've got Steve Hobson, who hasn't really dominated in his innings of 26 off 34 balls, and a new batsman in Scott Mara, as we see Hobson trying to sweep unsuccessfully. It's a pretty good comeback from the New Zealand A team. They were staring down the barrel of an enormous score at one point, with the run rate up to 8.2. It's now down to 6.75, and there's going to be another wicket here. Hobson trying to use his feet and get to the pitch of the ball, fails to do so, and he's been stumped. Very efficient piece of glove work from Bo Dench, the wicketkeeper, and Nuwan Weerasuriya picks up his 3rd wicket. Well bowled to you, sir. So, great comeback from the New Zealand A players. They will be delighted. And I wonder if New Zealand may be slightly brewing their decision to retire 2 batsmen. Those players cannot come back and bat, having retired out. That's my understanding, at least. And Nigel Collins will be the new batsman. Big solid 6 foot plus muscular figure of Nigel Collins coming to the wicket, known for his big hitting. He has played a lot of indoor cricket for New Zealand. I believe played Auckland A at outdoor, and is a bit of a star at last man stands cricket. Has played for New Zealand at that level as well, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment, as he's about to face his first ball. Both batsmen yet to score. Slip coming in now, that's Leighton Parsons. It's a little bit quicker from Nuan, and Collins just taking his time. He's still got 11 overs to go, and if he does get in, well, there's not many grounds that are big enough for him. Hit some huge sixes at the IPT in Blenheim. Oh, he's beaten. Was that an edge? It's gone past slip. Parsons is scurrying after it, and they take 2. We'll see what the umpire says. He says nothing. So it was an edge, and that ends an excellent spell from Nuan Wiradasuriya, by far the best of the New Zealand A bowlers. 3 for 42 from 9 overs. It could have been 4 if that edge had gone to hand. Yes, so just going back to Nigel Collins, at one point recently, I think in the last few months, he was ranked the #1 all-rounder in the world in last man stands. If you're not sure how that works, there's thousands and thousands of players playing last man stand all around the world, and they have this great little ranking system that tallies up all the points based on the runs and wickets and economy rate, and you get ranked within your city, your country, and in fact across the whole world. And at one point he was the top ranked all-rounder in the whole world. So that's pretty good going. Anyway, here's Mara facing Jacobs. Nice drive, very nice off drive. That's going to go for 4. Beats cover. Nice bit of timing that from Scott Mara. He's off the mark now. Not a great delivery from Jacobs, probably fair to say. A very gentle half volley, but still has to be put away. More runs here. I think it might be 4 more, as it's leg glanced pretty firmly, if you can firmly glance something. And it does run over the boundary line for consecutive 4s, one on the offside, one on the onside. So New Zealand A won't want to lose that momentum that they have been building up over the last few overs. Ooh, that's a good full delivery from Jacobs. Trying to replicate that ball that took the wicket in his previous over when he trapped Ben Rapson LBW. Ooh, bouncer. And it's beaten everybody. It's gone over the head of the batsman. The keeper couldn't get there. He's standing up to the stumps. And it's deflected off something down to fine leg. Maybe off the keeper. It's gone for byes. How many of them? Just one. So it's the first genuine bouncer we've seen of the match. Took everyone by surprise. It's full this time from Jacobs and just gently driven into the offside by Nigel Collins, who's yet to unveil any aggressive shots. I was looking at his last man stands stats last night. His career strike rate is over 200 at that level. Admittedly, there's only 8 players in the team, but still, 200 strike rate is pretty good over 100 plus matches. Won't have to bother hitting that one as it's a wide. End of the over. Jacobs has 1 for 56 off 8, and it's 237 for 4. 10 overs to go. So with Nuwan Widosuria having finished his allocated 9, that's necessitated a change of bowling at the city end, and the man tasked with it is Nick Smith, the left arm orthodox spinner from Tauranga. He took a little bit of punishment earlier with James Marshall and Hardeep Singh in full flight, and he's gone for 44 from his 5 overs. What can he do in this spell? Ooh, starts with a nice flat delivery that tucks up Scott Mara. Well, chance of a run out here at the keeper's end. Good bit of fielding by number 3 in the covers. I'm not quite sure who that is, but got to the ball quickly and fired it back to the keeper, Bo Dench. 1 run taken though. Another good bit of fielding by Widosuria this time, swooping in and picking up the ball one-handed. Oh, that was a funny sort of shot. He ended up not even really trying to hit it, Mara. It just hit him. And that ends a very good comeback over from Nick Smith, just 2 off it at this late stage in the innings. That's pretty good going. So we've got 9 overs left now, 239 for 4 is the score. The run rate is 6.6, so it's definitely dropped. It's brought New Zealand A right back into this game. New Zealand were looking at a score maybe around 350, 360 at one point. Now I think with 9 overs to go they'd be pretty happy to get another 60 runs. Right, here's Ryan Jacobs bowling his last over. Starts with a dot. It looks like Ryan has received a little bit of support from someone watching him. Candice Jacobs. Hello Candice. Not sure if you're Ryan's mum, girlfriend, wife, sister, cousin, or even no relation perhaps. But you did say nice rhino, so I assume you know him. Here he is bowling. And again, more good fielding by the backward point fielder there. Prevents more than 1. Run again. It was short and probably could have been hit away for runs, but Scott Mara not able to pierce the field. And I think it's the skipper in there, number 3. He's done some good work today, James Mackey. There will be a single this time as it's just dropped onto the offside and the fielder comes around from backward point to collect it. 1 run to Mara, he's up to 10. So Jacobs finishes his spell. Pretty good comeback after being a bit expensive early on.
243. 37.
1 for 60 he ends up with from his 9 overs. And 37 overs gone now. So 8 left. The score is 243 for 4, but New Zealand have actually, well, they haven't lost 6 wickets, but 6 batters can no longer bat, if that makes sense. We've had 2 retirements, so we've got number 8 in there now. So they can only lose 4 more wickets, is what I'm trying to say. Here's Smith trying to take one. Angled in nicely into the middle and leg of Scott Mara. So having said that, New Zealand do have 3 non-batters today. They're playing 14, so their best 11 batters can bat. So even though they only have 4 wickets left, all of those remaining players are decent batsmen. The 3 worst batsmen not being asked to bat today at all. That one's full and a little bit slower from Nick Smith. So we might see Adam Hastelow coming in next. He's a pretty good batter. Darren Cudby still to bat. Peter Connell. They can all bat. But I think New Zealand would like to have these 2 batters doing the bulk of the facing for the next 4 or 5 overs at least. Mara has found the gap here in the covers. There's a lot of work to do for the man coming around, which he does beautifully, diving away to his left. They take 3, but there was some excellent work by the fielder who's way too far away for me to identify. But they definitely scored 3 there. 3 to Mara. And that ends Ryan Rhino Jacobs. Sorry, that was Nick Smith's 7th over. He's gone for 51. Ryan Jacobs, in fact, finished his spell previously, so someone else will have to bowl here. Who will it be? Looks like Sean Windle. Wicketless today so far. Windle was a little bit unlucky early on in that he had to bowl to 2 rampant batsmen in the shape of James Marshall and Hardeep Singh. Took a bit of punishment there. Didn't bowl dreadfully, but he was hit around a fair bit. So he's got 2 overs left now, I think. Yep, so he can try and remedy those figures a little bit. Things have slowed down for the New Zealand team. The run rate 6.53. Here we go, Windle to Mara, who hits firmly down the ground right in front of us here where Nuwan Wirasuria fields. So the X factor in the New Zealand lineup, I believe, is Nigel Collins. He's been very sedate so far, 6 off 12, but he is a very destructive batsman if he decides to be. Still hasn't really moved into that high gear yet, just another single into the offside. Pretty good bowling from Windle. Bowling full, not giving too much room to the batters. He's probably bowled well enough to deserve a wicket, if that's such a thing. Ooh, beaten outside the off stump this time.
Fine, finish strong. Nice, mate.
So I'll just go through the scorecard over the next couple of deliveries. We had an opening partnership of 120 between James Marshall and Hardeep Singh off just 15 overs. They were going at 8 and over. That's 120 divided by 15. At the first drinks break, James Marshall retired. Collins has a go this time, but doesn't really time it. Out to the sweeper for one. And that ends Windle's over. So yes, 120 put on for the first wicket. James Marshall retired, 62 off 40 deliveries for him, 11 boundaries. Shortly thereafter, Hardeep Singh also retired, 78 off 68, 10 boundaries for him. That happened at 159, that's when Hardeep retired, still going at 8 and over at that point. Then the first wicket, Deepak June, was caught at long on by Byron Jollivet off the bowling of Nuwan Weerasuriya for 11 from 17 balls. Then there was a bit of a rebuilding partnership between Hamish Marshall and Steve Hobson. They put on about 60, those two, before Hamish Marshall was caught by the wicketkeeper, top edge off the bowling of Weerasuriya for 38 from 33. Come back to that after this delivery. Collins still content to just dab the ball around. So Hamish Marshall, he was out for 38 from 33. Steve Hobson never really got going today, 26 off 36 with 3 boundaries. He was stumped when he finally decided to have a go. Bo Dench doing some good work there. And again, that was from Nuwan Weerasuriya, who ended with 3 wickets. Then Ben Rapson, he faced 7 balls before he was LBW to Ryan Jacobs for a duck. So not a successful start to his New Zealand Over-40s career for Ben Rapson, out for 0. The score at that stage was... In fact, sorry, Rapson was out before Hobson, but when Hobson was out it was 225. It's now 255, so these two have put on 30. Mainly through shots like this, just singles, the odd 2 or 3, and a couple of boundaries as well. And at this point there's about 5 overs to go, just over. And I think New Zealand would be quite happy with 300 if they could get it from here. Pick of the bowlers, as I've said, Nuwan Weerasuriya, 3 for 43 from 9. Really good from him. Bowled with pretty good control, changed his pace a bit. That's some good bowling from Nick Smith as well, finding the inside edge of Nigel Collins. So Collins 11 off 20. It's certainly a far cry from the 200 strike rate I was talking about earlier. He's still got time to remedy that though. Other bowling figures, Sean Windle, none for 57 from 8. Ryan Jacobs, 1 for 60 from 9. Jerem Wiley, none for 39 from 6. And Nick Smith, who just bowled there, none for 56 from 8. one's hoisted away for 6, so finally we see Nigel Collins getting into his work and hitting his first Jerem Wiley away, so welcoming him into the attack with a massive 6. It wasn't a great delivery, to be fair, pretty short, and Collins is a good timer of the ball. He just hoisted it away well over the boundary. So that might actually be the first 6 of the day. I don't recall an earlier one. I'll just confirm that by looking at the scorecard. In fact, it is the first 6. So interesting when a team is scoring at 6.5 and over, not to have a single 6 until the 40th over, 41st. Cutaway this time. It's going to be another boundary for Collins. That one was a little bit too wide. He slashed it away between the two fielders who are in the ring. There's no one on the boundary down there. So we've had a 6 and a 4 in this over, plus 2 dots. So it's all or nothing from Nigel Collins. Ooh, that's a good delivery. Bail has come off, but it was off the wicket keeper. It was very, very full. Collins tried to jam down on it. I think it's yorked it on the stumps. So that was a pretty good ball from Wiley. Big appeal for a stumping. That was some good glove work from Bo Dench. He's convinced that he had Collins out stumped. He's down on his haunches. Can't believe that that one was given not out. It was an attempted drive by Collins, the New Zealand batsman. Missed it, and Dench whipped off the bails. Demanded the stumping, but denied by the umpire. So that over had a 6, a 4, and 4 dots in it. 10 off, and New Zealand up to 267 for 4. Right, here's Nick Smith, about to bowl his final over, 9th and final. Starts with a short ball, which Mara can't really punish. Just gets one out to the man on the boundary at cow corner. Right, what's Collins going to do? Now's the time to open the shoulders, I'd suggest. Oh, he doesn't this time. It's nicely flighted by Smith. I thought that might have been the ball where he could have had a big wahoo at it. Decided not to. Here's Smith again, bowling well. Pulls out to the onside with no timing. Take one. Mara wants two, but Collins wants two, but he's turned back by Scott Mara. Mara wants 2. He's going to get it this time. No, he's not. He's run out, in fact.
Did they get
So
one there?
they ran 1. They turned for the second. I thought Collins had said yes, and I thought both batsmen were heading back for the second, so I actually looked down at my computer here to enter 2 into the score thing, but then when I looked up, Scott Mara had been run out, so it was a good throw in from the fielder, and Scott Mara is run out, so 1 run is scored. Let's just see how this works.
Do you know who threw it in?
I don't know who the fielder was, but I'm going to say it was Byron Jolivet, because he's been fielding it long on for most of the day. So it probably was him. And that brings Adam Hastelow to the wicket, wearing number 5. So more good play from New Zealand A, keeping the pressure on the New Zealand team, who've just slowed down quite a lot in the last few overs. Ooh, that one's glided, slashed, edged. Down to short third man for 1 by Collins to end that over, 42nd. So let's see, after 15 overs, New Zealand were 120, so they've scored 150 since then in 27 overs. It's 5.5, so they were going at 8 for the first 15, and then since then they've gone at 5.5 and over. Usually the other way around. Anyway, 3 overs to go, 271 for 5 is the score. Jerem Wiley will bowl his 8th over. Collins has a big swing, makes no contact. So he has recognised that it's time to go hell for leather, I think. 23 off 31 he is. He's hit a 4 and a 6, but it's been a very two-paced innings. If you take those 2 away, he's only scored 13 off 29. There's another dot here. Full again from Wiley. He's been quite good at those Yorker length deliveries. He's bowled quite a few of them. That is a full toss, and it's going to be hit away for 4 by Collins through point. So Wiley trying for that Yorker length again, just getting too full this time. Collins gets his second boundary to go with that big 6 that he hit. 275, so possibly on target for 300. Not on target, but a chance of getting 300, but it will take some hitting. With 14 balls left in this innings. There's a big swing of the bat from Collins, but it'll just be one out to Mark Culkin, who haven't really mentioned his name yet today. He's been riding the boundary for a lot of the time. We'll see him with the bat, Mark Culkin. He'll probably bat 3 or 4, I think, for New Zealand A. Adam Hastelow will pick up a boundary with his first ball, as it's another full toss, and he slices it down to the vacant third man area for 4 to end Jerem Wiley's spell, I think. 280 is the score. What can New Zealand end up with? Can they get that 300 mark, or will New Zealand A be able to keep them in the 200s? If they can, I think they'll be pretty happy with their effort, with the way they've kept fighting and come back. So it's Sean Windle who will bowl his first spell from the City end. He's bowled all of his previous overs from the oval end. And I think this is his last over. Yep. Well, it would be in any case because there's only 2 overs to go. Collins goes straight. I think it's going to be cut off. It is. By long on, and they'll take just 2. Short and smashed out of the ground for 6. It's gone 1 bounce next to the practice nets there. So Collins showing that he does quite like long hops. He dispatched one from Jerem Wiley earlier, and this one he has moosed over the square leg boundary for 6. So Collins has hit both of the 6s in this New Zealand innings. Here's Windle again, much fuller this time. Full toss in fact, and it's Surya who does the fielding at long off, and they take 2 more. Low full toss again. This one I think will go for 4 perhaps. It's pierced the fielder, dissected them. Bisected I think. Bisected, yes. Hopefully it wouldn't dissect them. Bisected the 2 fielders, gone for 4. So Collins getting a strike rate up over 100, 42 off 39, and he's taken 14 off the first 4 balls in this over. That one's gone high in the air. It'll take some catching. There's an effort from the fielder. He dived and no, he couldn't get it. It was always going to be a very, very difficult catch for the skipper, James Mackey, heading away from cover to long off to try and take that catch. Put in the dive, but went to ground. and Collins picks up 2 more. So New Zealand will get to 300, I'm pretty sure now. They're only 4 runs away from that target. Oh, that's a good delivery from Wendell. Very, very full, and not much that Collins could do except dig it out, which is what he did. So that ends the 44th over. 296 for 5. 1 over to go. Here's Wiley to Hastelow, who goes big. He's going to be caught though, easily caught by long off, who only had to come in off the boundary a few steps. See who that is, number 10. It's Leighton Parsons, who dropped a catch at slip earlier in the day. Takes this one now at long off. Threw the ball down, and a little bit of disgust at his earlier drop. So that's the end of Hastelow, who hit a 4 and then got out.
Number 3.
And the new batsman, I'm probably Darren Cudby. It is number 3, the wicket-keeper for New Zealand. Coming in with just 5 balls to spare. He should be on strike actually. With the new rule change, the new batsman is always on strike, even if the players cross while the ball's in the air. He's facing Jerem Wiley, who's taken his first wicket. Oh, it's a good delivery. He's bowled him first up. Not too much that Cudby could do to that. That was a really good Yorker from Wiley. Well bowled, full, straight, through the gate. Thanks for coming, Darren Cudby. So,
There's somebody coming from the changing area.
So if the intention was to give all the New Zealand batters a bat, I guess that's pretty much what's going to happen. Bit of a freak activity as the new batter had to come directly from the pavilion, which is quite far away from the centre of the ground. It is the captain, I believe, Peter Connell. Yes, it is. Number 1 walking to the wicket. Former Ireland international Peter Connell scored 22 not out against New Zealand in a one-day international. I think 2008 was the year. In the same match, James Marshall was playing for New Zealand, scored 161 against the Irish. So Peter Connell much more proud of his batting figures that day than his bowling figures. So, Jerem Wiley on a hat-trick. Bowling to Peter Connell. And Connell drives down the ground. I think it's going to go for 4. I can't quite see, but yes it has. It's gone for 4, so it's definitely spoiled the hat-trick attempt. with a good solid clunk down the ground, which also brings up the 300 for New Zealand. So with 3 overs, 3 balls to spare, they have brought up the 100, which looked to be a fait accompli based on the first 15 or so overs. They've managed to get there. 3 balls left now. And Cornell calls for 2 as he's dinked it into the onside. And 2 is what they'll get. Big swing from Cornell, and he's going to pick up 2 more runs for his team. We'll just have to see what form those runs take. Buys. So it was an almighty slog from Cornell. Didn't make contact, and the keeper may have been distracted by the bat flailing all over the place, and he couldn't take it cleanly either. So 1 ball left, 304 for 7's the score. And it's heaved out into the onside. I think it'll as Mark Culkin scurries in and prevents any more. 1 run to Peter Cornell. He ends... yes. He ends 7 not out. Nigel Collins ends 44 not out from 41. And 305.
305 for 7.
305 for 7, confirmed by Anne McLeod, the scorer next to me. Thank you, Anne. 305, so New Zealand A will need 306 runs off 270 balls. They'll have 10 wickets, of course, and this will all happen in about 45 minutes from now. So, what is it now? Just about 10 past 2. So shortly before 3 o'clock, we'll all congregate back here for this run chase from New Zealand A. Join us then. see you sticking around for comment. Okay, players making their way back to the middle. As you can see, it looks like Peter Connell, the New Zealand captain, will be opening the bowling. Welcome back here to Hagley Nursery Ground, close to the centre of Christchurch in the South Island of New Zealand. My name's Jim Morrison. I'll be with you for this run chase attempted by New Zealand A. Find out who those opening bowlers are, opening batters are. Just get my binoculars out and have a look. Looks like it's going to be Andrew McCarr and Leighton Parsons, I think. Yes. So I'll just plug those details into my little computer here.
Who's the skipper for not skipper? Who is actually facing? Which one of them?
So it's going to be Leighton Parsons, McCarr, as I mentioned, opening the batting for New Zealand A. Scorers are ready. That's us. And Peter Connell, the New Zealand captain, will open the bowling. New Zealand A need 306 runs to win this match. I'll tell you a little bit about these two batters very shortly. First ball is back of a length, and Leighton Parsons is onto the back foot, hitting it into the offside. No run. So Leighton Parsons is in pretty good form. His last innings was last weekend. He scored 190 not out, apparently. So he's in good nick. He plays in or near Hamilton, I believe. I forget the name of his club. I think it starts with O. I'm pretty sure it starts with O. Just can't remember the name of it. Anyway, it's in the upper half of the North Island there, and he's a prolific run scorer in his local competition. And he's off the mark with at least a single. It's just a single. First runs for New Zealand A in this series. Andrew McCarr on strike. Lives in Blenheim and actually plays for the Marlborough Hawke Cup team. So another member of or player today who is playing Hawke Cup cricket. That's a good standard. Bats in, I think, the middle order for Marlborough. Opening the batting today. It's Peter Connell, who's bowling pretty sharply. And he has McCarr defending. Peter Connell, as I mentioned, the New Zealand Over-40s captain, former Ireland opening bowler. Lives in the Hawke's Bay, so he's had some weather issues recently. And the 306 that New Zealand A will need to score to win this game would be one more than the 305 that New Zealand scored. That innings was highlighted by a couple of retirees. Retirees in the sense of retiring from batting. James Marshall scored 62 from 40 deliveries. Hardeep Singh 78 from 68. Those were the two openers. They put on 120 for the unbeaten for the first wicket. Other scores: Nigel Collins ended 44 not out from 41. Hamish Marshall 38 from 33. They were the main scorers. Best bowler, Nuwan Weerasurya, the off spinner, 3 for 43 from 9. So it's a big target for New Zealand A, but they do have some good batting. The likes of these two, James Mackey, the captain, Mark Colkin.
Who's this going to bowl?
It's going to be Paddy Sullivan opening the bowling. The bearded policeman bowling from the city end. I think he plays for Lancaster Park Cricket Club. Tall left armour. Ooh, shy at the stumps, not out. I think Parsons might have been home, but it was good fielding there. Who's that in there? I think it might be Steve Hobson. Yes, it is. Quite a trim, fit fella. Sprightly. Short has the tall McCarr up on his toes, defending. Not that short, short of a length. So Andrew McCarr played very well at the IPT, playing for the Wellington Tasman team. He scored 155 runs there at an average of 77. That included a century. And he will get off the mark this time with a bit of a mistimed clunk into the covers. Yeah, his century was 117 versus Districts. He also scored 38 against Canterbury Otago, the national champs. And as I mentioned, still plays Hawke Cup cricket for Marlborough. Pretty solid start for both teams. Opening batter's not looking too troubled. Talking to some of the players during the lunch break over our delicious feast. They mentioned the pitch was pretty good, as a score of 300 would suggest. They did say that run scoring became a little bit more difficult as the innings went on and the ball got a bit softer. So New Zealand A will want to get a good start in this innings.
Is this boy here in the dark?
Good shot by McCarr, crunched it past the diving arms of one of the Marshall brothers and into the boundary for 4. First boundary of the innings.
That's good.
Hamish is number 10, James is number 11.
Mostly in front of the girls at the back there watching. Right.
Ooh, good delivery from Connell, tucking up Andrew McCarr. Looked like a little bit of seam movement there. But safely away down to third man for McCarr. Takes a single to end the over. You may well hear that. Heading towards the hospital, which is on a rescue helicopter. Someone may have got... well, who knows. But hopefully we don't hear too many of those over the course of the week. And called a wide, as all leg side deliveries are at this level. Full, but it's down leg side again. So just missing with the line a little bit. That was a good short delivery, rose up and Parsons had to fend it away from his throat. From Paddy Sullivan, apart from the 2 wides, just 1 over single. He's bowled 2 overs, none for 5. And it's a good start from New Zealand in defence of this 305. Here's Peter Connell again, bowling to Andrew McCarr, who lets that one sail through to the keeper. Peter Connell, as I mentioned, played for Ireland. He was born in New Zealand, born in Dannevirke, which which is close to Palmerston North in the centre of the North Island. Danish town, that's what Dannyvert means. Danes, many years ago. Anyway, so Canal, he was born there in 1981 and ended up playing for Ireland. Played 13 one-day internationals, 9 T20 internationals as an opening bowler. That's a good delivery, beats the prodding outside edge of McCarr. Took 13 wickets in his 13 one-day internationals, at an average of just under 40, so not a bollocking success at that level. Did pretty well at the T20 level though, took 10 wickets at 50.6 and an economy rate of 6.1, so that's pretty useful. Participated in 2 T20 World Cups, I think. And as I mentioned earlier, played in that match where James Marshall scored 161. Interestingly, it was Nell's ODI debut, and it turned out to be James Marshall's final one-day international. Scored 161, never picked again. That one's cut away, but New Zealand do have a third man. New Zealand A chose not to have one for a lot of their innings, and it proves to be a good decision on this occasion, as it keeps the scoring down to 1. So now those 2 players I mentioned, and James Marshall, they were Canal bustling in, finishes his 3rd over. That was a good one, just that single down to third man in the over, and he has none for 8 from his 3, so good start for him. A little bit slow from the New Zealand A team. McCarr 8 off 23. Trying to little bit of trouble starting McCarr. We've all had that. Just been given a very disdainful look from Anne McLeod, my scorer, not appreciating my attempt at humour. I'll keep working on her throughout the day. She'll come around. Here's Paddy Sullivan beating McCarr. Panel beating McCarr. As I mentioned earlier in the day, these New Zealand A players will be pushing hard for spots in the New Zealand Over-40s squad, with a squad of 18 being picked to go to Pakistan for the World Cup in September. It's good bowling by Sullivan. He was actually injured when he played in the IPT back in November. I think it might have been a shoulder or something. He still can't throw properly, but his bowling is... But they will pick 3. And that spoils the chance of a maiden in that over. 3 runs off it, 3 to McCarr. He's up to 11. 16 after 6. Plenty more action coming up this week in the series. Tomorrow we see Australia play their first game. They will play New Zealand A. That's at Main Power Oval in Rangiora, about half an hour's drive from where we are now. Then the following day, which will be Tuesday, New Zealand and Australia will play in what will be the first ever Over-40s international match anywhere in the world. That will be played at Main Power Oval in Rangiora as well. Nick, caught behind. McCarr getting frustrated, not being able to really push the scoring rate along. Took a step down the wicket, didn't really get the foot. Andrew McCarr caught Cudby, bowled Connell for 11 from 29 deliveries, and it's 16 for 1. Brings the captain to the crease, James Mackey, captain of the New Zealand A team, batting at first drop. So breakthrough for New Zealand. They've been on top very much in these opening overs. And the frustration that built, particularly in Andrew McCarr, he'd faced 29 deliveries for just 11, realising that his team needs to score at 7.5 and over, having a big flash at the ball outside the off stump and taking the nick. So James Mackey, left-hander, coming in at first drop. He'll be facing Peter Connell. It's 2 slips. There's the identifiable figure of Ben Rapson at first slip. I can't recall who's at second. Anyway, Connell bowling to Mackey. Captain to captain. Now that's gone down the leg side wide. Perhaps just brushed something on the way through, I'm not sure. Second slip is Steve Hobson, just to tie up that loose end. Bowling again from Connell, just bowling that steady first class length. Taking 1 to get off the mark there, Mackey. James Mackey plays in the Hawke's Bay, like Peter Connell. Plays Premier Cricket for, I'm not sure which club it is. Clifton he plays for. Leighton Parsons, who's on strike now, plays his representative cricket for Northern Māori. He's a prolific run scorer, as Leighton Parsons, many hundreds over his career. Bit of a legend in that part of the world, around the Hamilton area. Very well known. Lovely chap. So that was not quite a wicket maiden, almost. And the run rate required now is over 7.6. Just having a look at the scorecard from that match that I mentioned earlier, the Ireland versus New Zealand match that Peter Connell and James Marshall both played in. James Marshall scored 161, as I mentioned. Opened the batting with Brendan McCullum that day. McCullum scoring 166. Not sure who got man of the match on that occasion, actually. The two put on 274 that day. Peter Connell, none for 95 off 9. Change of bowling here. Paddy Sullivan's been replaced by Todd McDonald. So we'll get our first look at Todd McDonald bowling from the city end to the left-handed James Mackey. A little bit slower through the air than Sullivan. Todd McDonald plays for the Auckland Over-40s. Also a policeman, just like Paddy Sullivan, the man he replaced as a bowler. Ooh, that's edgy. It's gone through the slip cordon. Third man tidies up, just a single. So maybe getting a little bit of swing there. Todd McDonald.
Lovely, Toddy, lovely boy.
Nuts has to be talking to somebody.
It's a beautiful shot from Parsons, cutting that ball away from McDonald, just erring a little bit in terms of width, and really nice spot.
Good Toddy, good Toddy. Sit, wait.
Oh, okay, so Paddy Sullivan has just been switched around, swung around to the oval end. Perhaps this end will suit his swing a little bit. So lefty to lefty now. Sullivan to Mackie, and Sullivan wins that little micro battle, beating Mackie outside the off stump, having a slash at that ball. Oh, that's beautifully bowled and caught very, very well by Steve Hobson at second slip, down low to his right. That was a brilliant piece of bowling, really beautiful delivery, squaring up the New Zealand A captain, and all he could do was squirt it to second slip where it's well held by Hobson. So another breakthrough for New Zealand, and New Zealand A teetering a little bit now, 23 for 2 in the 9th over. So the change by Captain Connell proving immediate dividends as Sullivan grabbing that important wicket of the New Zealand A captain, caught it slip. He's got 1 for 8 now from 3.2 overs, really good start for him. New batsman, Mark Colkin. He's flown over all the way from Darwin for this tournament, as he did for the national tournament back in November. Made a big effort to make the New Zealand team. Didn't quite make the New Zealand team, made the New Zealand A team. And he's come over again just for this weekend in an attempt to force his way into the New Zealand team for the World Cup. So great dedication from Mark Colkin, facing Paddy Sullivan now. Former first-class cricketer Mark Colkin. A wide ball signalled. Let's just register that first. Wide. Played for Central Districts. Mainly played T20s, I believe. Long career, but still very good effort to make that level. And he's off the mark with a little push into the leg side. In fact, it'll be a 2. Also a very distinguished indoor cricketer, Mark Colkin. I remember playing against him a little bit myself when I was a youngster, and he played for New Zealand for many years. He's a very good player. We might have a few indoor cricketers watching today. I know there's a lot of interest among the indoor cricket community. There's quite a tie over between veterans cricket and indoor cricket, as a lot of people continue playing both versions of the sport. They're different sports really, aren't they? Different sports. Nigel Collins, as I mentioned earlier, he played indoor for New Zealand. Mark Colkin played a lot for New Zealand. I know at the over-50s level there's a lot of players who have played indoor and outdoor for New Zealand. Colin Owens comes to mind. Robbie Kerr. Excellent over from Paddy Sullivan. Just 2 runs and a wicket off it. He has 1 for 10 from 4. And it's 25 for 2 after 9. So it's a real uphill climb for the New Zealand A team from here. They need a further 281 runs at a run rate of 7.8.
26 for 2. So there's a wide on that.
Todd McDonald will continue with a wide.
Nice and heavy, lad.
So wides are a little bit of a problem for the New Zealand team. They've conceded a few so far in this start. 6 of them, in fact. Shout for LB, not all that convincing, and yeah, I'm forced to make a decision there. It looked like it might have cut back a little bit, that ball, into the pads of Leighton Parsons, but probably sliding down leg side. A bit hard to tell from this angle.
Lovely, Toddy.
Good bit of fielding off his own bowling this time by Todd McDonald. He's quite an athletic man, and he sprawled away to his right there to stop that firmly hit drive from Leighton Parsons causing any damage. Another nice drive from Parsons, and he will get some reward this time as it's misfielded by the captain, and they'll come back for 2.
Right way, squeeze up top here, lads.
Flashing drive from Parsons, mainly fielded in the covers by Nigel Collins, and they do get a single, but it's free there. Good piece of fielding. End of the first 10 overs, 29 for 2. I think at the corresponding stage, New Zealand were about 75 for no loss, so a big disparity in the scores between the two teams, both in the runs and the wickets column. Just a bit of a discussion. The captain making some changes. What's he doing? He's not sure. We've got 2 slips, Ben Rapson and Steve Hobson. Hobson took that really good low catch a couple of overs ago. And looks like all is in readiness. Paddy Sullivan bowling to Leighton Parsons. Lets that one sail harmlessly through to the keeper. Sullivan looking pretty fearsome with this big thick black beard that he has. Tall man. Lovely chap, but if you didn't know him, he might pass for a pirate. Ooh, Parsons is going to have to go. There's a direct hit. He probably wasn't going 100% for the first half of that run, but then he saw that the fielding was good, and he really had to put in some short ones at the end there to make sure he got home. The ball did hit the stumps directly, but he was safely in his crease. So Colkin, short of stature, stocky of build, quite a contrast to the tall, lean Paddy Sullivan. Tries to pull that one, but doesn't really get any timing, and just drops down at his feet. Sullivan giving the pink Duke ball a bit of a shine. The pink ball, of course, used at over 40s and over 50s level. The Duke proving far superior to the Kookaburra. Stays hard throughout the innings, the Duke ball, and retains its shape and colour, which the Kookaburra doesn't do at all. End of another over, and New Zealand A not able to get that run rate even close to 3 really. It's 2.73 at the moment. Sullivan has 1 for 11 off 5. I'm just having a look at Darren Cudby through the binoculars here, the wicket keeper. He's never worn pads. Wicket keeper has never worn pads. He says if the ball hits you on your legs, you're not using your hands. I suppose there's some logic to that, although he was injured at the IPT when a ball struck him on the leg. Still not wearing pads though. Here's McDonald bowling to Parsons.
Get squeezed there, boys! Great areas, lad. Outstanding squeeze here, boys.
So most of the Australian team are here, or they were at least a little while ago, enjoying the sunshine in Christchurch, relaxing on the grass that surrounds this lovely field. And no doubt keeping a close eye on the two teams that they'll face in this series. As I mentioned, they play New Zealand A tomorrow, and then 3 matches against New Zealand, so they will probably be keeping an especially close eye on the men in black.
3 and 4, 3 and 4. 4 for 40, lads, come on. Good night. Yeah, boys, 3 and 4, lads, come on. Good here, boys.
Pretty lacking in 1s and 2s, aren't they? Yeah, and 5 fives as well. There's only 1 5.
See if we can get some more for Friday.
Where'd you get the scoreboard from?
Down there. How many overs was it? 12.
Chance of a catch, taken very nicely by Ben Rapson, diving away to his right. Mark Culkin nicks off. So wicket to Todd McDonald. Nice piece of bowling that. It wasn't an aggressive shot from Culkin, just defending. Took the edge, and Ben Rapson watched it closely into his hands, as you would expect a catcher to do. And that's the 3rd wicket for New Zealand.
Man, they're doing drinks.
And with that wicket comes the drinks trolley, so the players will... it can't be an official drinks break, I imagine, just a...
Who's their new number 20?
New batsman is Byron Jolivet. Another South African born player, born in Durban. Been living here for quite a while now. Lives in the Northland region. As does Bert Horner from the New Zealand Over-40s. Not sure if Bert's watching at the moment. If you are, Bert, usually watches the live streams, does Bert? So Byron Jolivet from the Northland region will come in. He won't be facing because that was the last ball of Todd McDonald's 3rd over. It'll be Leighton Parsons, who's watched 3 of his batting partners get dismissed. All caught behind the wicket. First one was Andrew McCarr, who was caught by the wicket-keeper, Darren Cudby, off the bowling of Peter Cannell for 11. That was with the score at 16. And James Mackey was caught at slip by Steve Hobson,
Yeah, it was broken before.
off the bowling of Paddy Sullivan for 2.
I think it was cracked before.
And Mark Culkin, the last to go, caught Rapson, bowled McDonald for 2 as well. Here's Sullivan. And Parsons comfortably clipping it off his pads. I think this one could well go to for 4. It's just kept inside the boundary by the captain. Well done. And they take a very comfortable 3. We've seen quite a few 3s today. And that will bring Byron Jolivet onto strike. Had a pretty good IPT, scored 138 runs at 69, including 103 not out on his debut versus Canterbury Otago. Kaipara Flats is the name of the club he plays for up in,
Put it in the
up
bin.
in Northland. So New Zealand A will be looking for something similar to the 100 that he scored at the IPT. He's facing a pretty fired up New Zealand bowling attack. Wickets to all the bowlers used so far: Connell, Sullivan, McDonald. Oh, that one's a little bit wayward and described as such by the umpire. Good pace from Paddy Sullivan today. It's quite a sort of catapulty type action. Really loads up at delivery, brings that bowling arm right back and then fires it down. Kind of slingy. Left armour gets that good left arm angle. That one's full and clipped away by Jollivet, so he'll get off the mark with a single. I'm pronouncing it Jollivet because it looks French. Could be Jollivet. I should actually confirm that with the player himself. I might do that after the game today, but for now we'll go with the more sophisticated sounding Jollivet. That one's cut without a lot of power, and Scott Mara on the boundary does the fielding. So it looks like that might be a spell for Paddy Sullivan. He's jogging off the field to be replaced by one of the other New Zealand players. As I mentioned earlier, New Zealand playing 14 players. All 14 of their squad are allowed to participate in this game, although only 11 can bat. So we'll need a change of bowling at the oval end for the next over, but in the meantime it'll be Todd McDonald who will continue. He's bowled 3 overs, taken 1 for 11. So I wonder if we might see some spin very shortly. 3 spinners in the New Zealand team today. Ben Rapson, Vishal Dubey and Scott Mara, all offering something a little bit different. Wide again. It's probably been the most negative factor of the bowling display today. They've been pretty good, but too many wides. 8 of them now, out of a total of 39. So that's over 20% of New Zealand A's runs have come in wides. Gifted runs. There's another one, I think. Yes, it is. So one on the offside and one on the leg side for Donald. He's going to need to tidy that up against the Australians because the balls in between won't be treated with as much respect, I suggest, as the New Zealand A guys are giving McDonald now. Shout for LBW. The umpire thinks about it, shakes his head. I thought I might have heard two sounds, but probably if all the fielders went up so enthusiastically as they did, probably was just pad. Anyway, not out is the umpire's final decision. Just watching that LBW shout on the replay, it did look pretty close. Certainly wasn't going over the top, and it didn't look like it was going down leg. So good shout. Okay, we are going to see some spin now, as I thought. That's good. Vishal Dubey, the left arm spinner. Going to have a trundle from this, the commentary end, the oval end. Plays for Auckland at the regional level. Did pretty well at the IPT. I haven't got his stats in front of me actually, but picked up a few wickets, bowled pretty tightly. He gives the ball plenty of air usually, flights it well. And let's see where his protection is. He's got a deep point and a deep mid wicket, and maybe a long off, probably a long off. I can't see, but I imagine he would. Starts well. So I think he...
Yes. One of the Marshall.
So I haven't really seen him bowl. Quite interested to see what he's like. It's a shorter, flatter delivery, which I think is going to be cut off just inside the boundary. It wasn't really hit with a lot of ferocity. And 1 run to...
2 runs, wasn't it?
2 runs, sorry, to Jolivet. No, to Parsons. Which game am I watching? Tossed up and driven without much timing down to a Marshall at long off. It's Hamish Marshall. Two sounds there. Shout for what I imagine is LBW, but I'm pretty sure he hit that at some stage. Good first over from Dubey, just 3 off it. And at run rate required, now 8.77, so the target may have gone out the window a little bit. maybe a little case of going through the motions here, as we see the first stanza of 15 overs, first block done, 43 for 3, that's 2.87 an over, and take our little customary 5-minute break. See you shortly.
Who's bowling? Can't see. Batsman standing.
Number
by.
5 might be Adam Hastelow.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Number 5 is Adam.
Resuming after drinks will be Adam Hastelow taking the ball for the first time. Local boy, plays here in Christchurch. He's a school teacher. Well-known cricket figure in local circles as well. He's an all-rounder. We saw him bat just briefly at the very tail of New Zealand's innings today. Here he is. Bustling medium pacer. Swing and a miss, signalled wide, so obviously no connection there. short of a length, cut away, but there is good protection there. That's Hamish Marshall on the boundary. And just one to Leighton Parsons, who's batted right through this innings, all 15 overs for 20 runs, so not going at a great clip, but he does have to rebuild a little bit for his team after that. Lost those 3 early-ish wickets. So Byron Jolivet not really doing too much to increase this scoring rate. He's going at a strike rate of just 7%, 1 off 13 deliveries. So he's got some picking up to do. That's short and he tries to cut it. He does cut it, but straight to the mat. No run. And that ends Hastelow's first over, just to widen a single off it. So he does vary his pace a bit, Vishal Dubey. That was a bit of a round flat delivery, and then he does bowl quite slowly at times as well. Yeah, that's tossed up a lot more. So we're just going through a bit of a slow patch in this match as New Zealand A rebuild. Pulled by Jolivet, just for a single out to Hamish Marshall, who cuts a lonely figure out there on the boundary. There's no one within about 40 metres of him, except for a couple of spectators. Oh, that one's slow, but it's also a full toss, and again the batsman can't capitalise, just finding the fielders. So even when New Zealand are bowling bad deliveries, the NZA batsmen are just hitting it straight to the boundary riders. That's nicely bowled. It's kind of an in-between pace really. It wasn't one of his slow ones or his quick ones. And it just dipped really nicely and beat the defensive prod of Byron Jolivet, squirted down to short fine leg and no run. Oh, a bit of a misfield there at short third man is going to allow a second run. That's Hastelow there, a little bit untidy.
Yeah.
50 for New Zealand A, 50 for 3 after 17 overs, so that's Just under 3 and over. Cries of anguish, particularly from the bowler, as that one must have just got an inside edge. Call as Parsons punches it down to long on, and they do get 2. In this Adam Hastelow's second over. It's just cooling down ever so slightly here. There was no cloud at all when we started, and now there's a good covering of it. Still some blue sky over to our left. But it's been a lovely day for cricket, and the forecast for the next few days is pretty good. Chance of rain later in the week, but we'll worry about that then. For now, today and tomorrow and Tuesday all look very good for cricket, which is fantastic, especially considering some of the inclement weather that New Zealand has experienced in the last couple of weeks. Vishal Dubey to continue with his left arm spin. That one swung away by Jolivet into the boundary for 4. First signs of aggression from the NZ A number 5, Jolivet, and nice strong sweep shot it was too. Into the boundary for 4. He moves up to 8, doubles his score with that shot. Down the ground, it's coming towards us. Look out, Anne. Here we go. Bang! That has landed at the feet of our scorer, who's going to do some excellent fielding here and throw the ball in over the stumps. No, she doesn't. She could have. She's got a good arm, has Anne. Chose to just toss it to one of the fielders. That was firmly struck by Jolivet, right down to us here in the commentary position. Well fielded, Anne.
I actually hit the
Well,
which
okay.
is just as well.
That one's shorter and flatter, beaten. Ooh, he nearly took the edge of Jolivet's half defensive shot. That was a nice comeback delivery from Dubé. Quite sidearm, that one. And maybe surprised Jolivet with the speed. Similar delivery this time, well defended. Interesting over that one. A couple of boundaries and some good bowling as well. 8 off it, and the score is 60. So that run rate has just tipped up over the positive side of 3. The run rate required, still 9.5, so not easy at all. It's well bowled, but well dug out by Parsons, and he gets a single up to mid-on.
I get busy.
well as 2, but they changed their mind. Probably a good decision, as that ball was rocketed in by, I think, Hardeep Singh it was. Good return. So just the one. That's the end of the 20th over. So the partnership's just building slowly between these two. It's up to 32 now. Jolivet 13, Parsons 26. Not a rapid partnership. It's taken them 9 overs to score those runs. But they're just gradually showing some signs of looking to up the tempo a little bit. But they're going to need to do it much more than a little bit if they're to actually win this game. Hit on the pad, head nods, finger goes up, and that's the 4th wicket, first for Dubé. That was one of those quicker balls of his. Leighton Parsons went to defend the ball, but the ball came in with the arm. I think it might have been the arm ball. Hit him on the pad. The umpire nodded straight away. A couple of seconds later, up came the finger. And that is the end of, in fact, it's Byron Jolivet. And he's been adjudged LBW to Vishal Dubé for 14. So more success for New Zealand. They'll be happy that the bowlers are all getting wickets. It's a wicket to every bowler who's bowled so far, I think. And coming to the wicket now is the tall figure of Jason Grobler. Played for Auckland, just like the man who got the wicket, Vishal Dubé. So they were teammates, now they're opponents, facing each other. Jason Grobler scored 113 runs at the IPT at an average of 28, so nothing sensational. Scored a 50 against Canterbury Otago. Plays for the Hibiscus Coast Club in Auckland. Another player who's originally from South Africa, I believe.
A name like Grobler. Yes.
Who was that famous goalkeeper for Liverpool?
Yeah.
Grobbelaar, wasn't it?
Yes, but it.
I feel he was Zimbabwean, wasn't he, Grobbelaar?
Yeah, but he lived in. He was
Yeah,
brought
of
up
course.
in South Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What was his first name? Grobbelaar.
Come to me, sure.
Yeah.
He's a very good cricketer too.
Was he?
Yeah, absolutely superb. Could keep wicket and bowl and bat. And wicket keeping was like his goalkeeping. He could take it out at 4th slip quite easily. You know.
Was it Stephen or Simon?
No,
Oh, shy at the stumps there. A good bit of fielding from Deepak June. trying to deny Grobbler the chance to get off the mark, but he does.
Is it Bruce Grobbler?
Bruce Grobbler, that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, Liverpool, right? Mm.
Yeah. Nice man.
So just when New Zealand A was starting to rebuild, they lost that wicket and they have to rebuild. And Leighton Parsons, he's been there through all of this. He's the man smashing it through the covers now, that full toss. But again, the boundary riders are well positioned. And it's 2 runs. So the run rate required is exactly 10. 240 needed off 144 balls. 10 runs and over from here. Well, at least it's simple. And Adam Hastelow, well, he's only conceded 2 runs and over so far. None for 6 from his 3. So he's the only bowler who does not yet have a wicket for New Zealand. That one's short, pulled, nearly had a wicket there. Now what's happened here? The umpire has not called a wide. It's gone down the leg side, but he's not given it caught. Oh, here we go. Grobbler is rubbing his rubbing his belly, his silver fern, which would suggest that that's where it hit him. Full and clipped into mid-wicket by Grobbler. They'll take at least 2. They might get 3 actually, as it's quite a chase for the fielder out there. And they just settle for 2 actually. I thought they could have got 3 there if they'd run really hard. Who was that fielder? I think maybe Todd McDonald? Yes. Similar shot, but this one's gone straight to the fielder at mid-on. Oh, that was a leg spinner from Hastelow. It's been called wide, but interesting variation. Quite an obvious rolling of the hand. That would be quite effective, I think, if he could get it straight. driven straight, it's beaten mid-on, and long off will come round to do the fielding. 2 more to Grobler. More runs coming down towards us. Will Deepak June be able to cut it off? No, he can't. And declines the opportunity to do some more fielding. Just lets the ball go sailing past her. And 4 runs to Jason Grobler to end that Adam Hastelow over. A little bit of an expensive one by his standards. 6 off it. This is pretty good bowling from Vishal Dubey. He's mixing up his pace nicely and not bowling in, not really giving the NZ A batsman any freebies. That's another good tight delivery right up on the toes of Jason Grobler. Swing and a miss from Grobler. Tries to hit Dubey down the ground. Misses completely. Oh, similar length. He's getting the ball right up there on the block hole of the batsman, which is really good. It's a thin margin, of course. If you get too full, it becomes a full toss, but he's getting that length almost perfect at the moment. That one's a little bit shorter, but still a good delivery. Excellent over, just 1 off it. Very good from Dubey. Looks like Ben Rapson have a bowl now. Bowls off spin, and he'll be doing so from the city end of the ground, which is the end opposite to us where we're sitting. As I mentioned earlier, Ben Rapson is a local lad these days. Did spend a lot of time in Wellington, but I think he's originally from the South Island. Definitely lives here now. Plays for Riccarton in the local Premier competition, so he's used to playing against good players. He does give the ball a bit of a rip for an offie, Ben Rapson. Ooh, and that one has turned. It's come in and beaten the bat of Jason Grobler and hit him on the pad. Big tall man Grobler. You can see him towering over the wicketkeeper Darren Cudby. Must be about 6'4" probably, Grobler. It's a nice length again from Rapson. That one's a little bit short and it's been pulled away, but again the boundary riders are in all the right places, and it's Hardeep Singh who easily collects that one and just take a single. So Leighton Parsons, he's batted right through this innings, all 24 overs more or less, and scored 29 runs so far. Sweeps this time. It's given Hardeep a bit more to do, but he does it easily. He's quite quick across the ground, Hardeep. End of Rapson's first over, 3 off it. Score is 76. Sorry, 70. What? 80?
80.
Score is 80 for 4. Apologies, after 24 overs. Ooh, big swing there from Grobler and makes no contact. Quick single here, but the fielder can't do a fumble. That's Todd McDonald, and they do take the single. Still another good over from Vishal Dubey, just 3 singles off it, and the score is 83 for 4 after 25 overs. So that run rate, it's increased a little bit, but it's still only 3.32, and the required version is 11.15. So getting tougher. Impossible if someone was to come in and really swing, but I'm not sure who in the New Zealand A team is qualified to do that. They don't really have a big hitting lineup. Probably Mark Colkin was the best option there, but he's come and gone. Another wide. Pulled away. I think this is going to go for 4. I can't see if there's a fielder there, but no, there's not. It's gone into the boundary for 4. So loose delivery from Rapson, short and down the leg side, and easy pickings for Leighton Parsons. It's only his boundary in the 59 deliveries that he faced. Another run out into the leg side, and Hardeep again has some fielding to do.
Very slow going, this.
This is what, isn't it? 25 overs through, is it?
Yeah, we're in the 26, yeah.
Almost like his legs gave way and ball bobbled out of his... It was at Parsons, and some rare aggression. It's the first real blemish in the field by New Zealand. Another quick single, which he makes.
Leg bite.
Oh.
Might be the first leg bite, isn't it?
Starts well.
That shade up.
Yeah, it might be a good idea because it's going to get hotter, isn't it?
Should I switch that one over?
Swung away by Leighton Parsons. One bounce into the long on boundary. So straight into it. Leighton Parsons, maybe now's the time to put the hammer down and get stuck into the leg. So Scott Mara's second delivery gets hoisted over long on for 4.
Do we just need it a half up, perhaps?
Yeah, it doesn't tend to stay though.
Doesn't it? Oh, is it one of those stupid...
It's shorter and hit into the offside where James Marshall does the fielding. No run.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, it means that the pad stops getting quite so...
Okay, so Scott Mara will have a bowl at Jason Grobler now. 2 Aucklanders in action. That one's shorter and flatter. Not that much shorter, sorry. Flatter and quicker is what I meant. And it's been squeezed away for a single. Ben Rapson chugs after it.
There isn't a little bit of breeze coming through stuff.
Yeah. This is quite a good marquee, isn't it, this one?
Yeah, this is work.
Is it?
You won't have it Friday though.
Sorry.
It's going to go back to work now anyway.
Oh,
If you don't
right.
tell anyone, I am looking elsewhere. But
exactly. Off 27.
And the ball wasn't actually quite near her, and so that's a 6 for Jason Grobler. He's a big strong guy and he put his weight behind that shot. Well played. He's up 18 now. Shorter, pulled. This could be 4 more. It is. Not great bowling from Rapson, that one. Short and just swung away backward of square on the leg side by Jason Grobler for another 4. He's up to 22 from 24. Jason Grobler for another 4. He's up to 22 from 24. From Rapson that time. A little bit slower through the air, but better flight and a bit of spin as well. But then to the bad deliveries, there's protection this time. James Marshall, I think it is. So, real mixed bag, that over from Rapson. 6 of 4, a couple of singles off it. So the run rate's up to 4 now. 1 for 4 after 28. It's still a lovely afternoon here in Christchurch, coming up to 5 PM. Probably about just over an hour left in this game, so we should finish around 6.
This is
Scott Mara continuing. Oh, nicely bowled. Shout for LBW. I don't think it was close to being out, but nicely bowled. Good, good flight and good speed in that delivery. That's good again. He's got the outside edge this time. It's beaten the keeper as well. It's heading down towards third man. Ben Rapson giving chase, and they take 3. So 3 to Jason Grobler. Partnership up to 52 now. 26 to Grobler. And little bit fewer to Leighton Parsons because there's been some extras in there, but good partnership from these two. They've done well. Hit down the ground by Grobler just for a single. Oh, beaten. Oh, great bowling from Mara. Drew the batsman down the pitch, beat the outside edge, and just a bit of a fumble from Cudby, the keeper, prevented the stumping. But that was a beautiful bit of flight. Oh, and he's troubled him again. That might have been the googly, that one. Inside edge from Parsons. So Parsons not really reading Mara. He gets a single. He's still there. He's on 47-ish. Yes, 47.
48.
48 now, sorry. Earlier, Andrew McCarr out for 11. James Mackey for 2. Mark Colkin for 2. And Byron Jolivet for 13. They were 64 for 4 at the fall of the last wicket. They're now 118 for 4. So 1 over before the last drinks break of this match, which will be at the end of 30 overs. Swept again. There's a fielder out there. It's James Marshall, and he does pretty well. Quick across the field. Just a single. Swung over long on's head for 6 runs. Good big hit from Jason Grobler. It was straight to the man at long on, but he just watched it sail back over his head. And it's gone into that ditch slash river bed. I don't think there's a lot of water in the river, but the fielder has disappeared from view down into that hole at the far end of the ground. Hopefully he'll come back with ball in hand. But good strong blow from Jason Grobler, his second 6. He's up to 33 from 29 now. The ball has been retrieved. It's being rolled along the ground, which suggests it might be a little bit gunky. Yes, and the fielders are just kicking along the ground to remove some of the mud. That's going to be 4 more. Leighton Parsons makes it into a full toss, brings up his 50. The players know what the score is. They've applauded. And good battling half century from Leighton Parsons. That delivery just a bit over pitched, made it into a full toss and creamed it through the covers. More runs for Parsons this time. Just a single down to the backward square leg fielder on the boundary. And that ends quite an expensive Ben Rapson over. 13 off it. And it also signals drinks. So we'll just take a little break and be back in a few minutes. Alright, last 15 overs, just about to start. And the New Zealand A team have the simple task of scoring 175 runs off 90 balls. We've got a change of wicket keeper. Singh is going to have a go behind the stumps. Does everything, this guy. He bats, he bowls, he wicket keeps. He drops catches too, unfortunately. He shelled one on the boundary recently. Let's see what he can do with a big pair of gloves on.
Lovely, Scotty. Big push here, boys. Big push here. Lovely, Scotty. Really good, mate.
Full toss, swung away, 4 runs. Bad ball from Scott Mara. And Leighton Parsons, who's faced 80 deliveries now, he's not going to miss out on a big juicy full toss. So he smashes it away down to square leg for 4. So he's batted pretty well today, Leighton Parsons. Nothing extraordinary. I wouldn't say there's too many shots that will live long in the memory, and he's maybe been a little bit slow in pursuit of 300, but in terms of just an innings for what it is, it's been pretty good. Had to contend with some pretty good bowling early on from Sullivan and Connell in particular. Shout for LBW, quick shake of the head from the umpire. He gives away his intentions pretty quickly, this umpire. He starts with the head and then the finger follows if necessary. And he gave it the big shake straight away this time. Grobler goes big, over cow corner for, we've lost view of it here, 6 runs. So another big 6 from Jason Grobler, that's his 3rd. And are New Zealand A going to have a crack at this total? They've got they've scored 11 runs off that over. That's almost what they need for every over from here on in. 2 set batsmen, why not have a go? I think whatever happens, we'll be in for some interesting highlights over the next hour or so. Vishal Dubey, the left-arm spinner, is going to have another trundle from the city end. Bowled his first spell from the oval end. So Vishal Dubey bowled 6 overs on the trot in his first spell, 1 for 24. Bowled pretty well. The batsmen weren't really attacking him. Let's see what happens now when I think the batsmen will have a go at him. Top edge, chance of a wicket, the catch is taken quite easily by Singh, who has taken the glove almost immediately, takes a very, very simple catch. Top edge from Parsons, and his long vigil finally comes to an end. 58 he scored from 83 deliveries with 5 boundaries, and Vishal Dubey takes his second wicket. Caught Hardeep Singh off the bowling of Vishal Dubey for 58, gets a round of applause from his teammates. As, speaking of wicket keepers, the NZ A wicketkeeper Beau Dench comes to the wicket to join his Auckland teammate Jason Grobler. So it's an all Auckland affair at the moment. Vishal Dubey bowling to Jason Grobler and Beau Dench, all members of the Auckland IPT Over-40s side. The Kings, they are known as, the Auckland Kings. Beau Dench, number 77 on his back. Could be his year of birth, I suppose. Good over from Vishal Dubey, a wicket in it, his second. He has 2 for 24 from 7. That's a good spell from him so far. Jason Grobler has most of the weight of the New Zealand A chase on his shoulders. 40 off 32 he is. 2 fours and 3 towering sixes.
Hello. Oh, that's good. Thank you, dear. Yeah, my tea bag. Thank you.
So yes, another Aucklander bowling now, Scott Mara. It's all Aucklanders at the moment.
Lovely Scotty, lovely Scotty!
Both batsmen and both bowlers are members of the Auckland Over-40s team, which happened to finish dead last in the IPT. Swing, that's maybe the biggest of all the sixes. That's gone way over the boundary. 6 runs. So he doesn't mind whether the fielders are there, he still reckons he can clear them, and well, he can. The big, tall, strong guy, Jason Grobler. And that one must have gone about 80 or 90 metres, I reckon.
Angus, are you there? I can't undo that. Can you bring a chair there?
Not supposed to be staying.
Well, there's not much point you're going home again. We're in the last. Got 12 overs to go.
So he's been a bit expensive, Scott Mara. He's bowled some good deliveries, but batsmen have fancied their ability to slog him, and they've done so successfully. Mainly Jason Grobler. I don't know if Bo Dench is a big hitter. Looks more of a compact, technique-based batsman. Well, he could be out here. No. Chance of cries for a catch as it popped up on the onside, and the sprightly Hardeep Singh raced around to try and catch it.
Oh, too many fives. No, too many fives. We've only got 1 5. Unless you make it 149, won't make any difference.
Right, Vishal Dubey continuing. That one's hit over cover for 4. Very nice shot. We saw James Marshall play quite a few of those earlier in the day, and that was good execution from Jason Grobler, who may well have brought up his...
Yeah,
Yes, he has. He's brought up his 50 with that. I'm not sure if the team over to my left know that, but that shot did bring up his 50. His third 4 to go with 4 sixes, 51 off 37. Well, you've got him on 53, Anne, so I'm sure you're correct. So I may be a couple of runs off there. Anyway, he does have his 50,
Yes.
so well batted, Jason. Putting his hand up in the stakes to be selected for New Zealand. I'm sure he'd love to do that. Still one more match to go tomorrow against Australia. That will be closely watched as well. They're going to take two as it goes out to that long boundary on the leg side. Two more to Jason Grobler. He made a few starts at the IPT, did Grobler, but never really kicked on. His high score was 54, but he got starts in most of the games. Seven off that over from Vishal Dubey. He's got 2 for 31 from his 8. Scott Mara has been a little bit expensive, going at 8 and over. He's going to continue though.
No, we're still in the 150s. So. Or a wicket, yes. Wicket would be useful. Would solve the problem of the 1-5. I know Warren says you'll have to try and find some more 5.
Driven firmly through the covers. I think it's going to go for 4. It is. So nice shot from Bo Dench.
Can you tell me how many Vish has bowled?
8.
He's bowled 8.
Yeah. And yes, a nice cover drive there from Bo Dench. Nice classical shot. Getting full reward for it.
Oh, yes, Scotty, lovely Scotty!
Ooh, short, dragged down and pulled away, and he's found the gap well, has Bo Dench. There's 2 fielders out there on the leg side, but he's bisected them. Why do I struggle with that word? He's bisected. Maybe I should say something different. He's split the 2 fielders and into the boundary for 4. 2 4s in this over, so Scott Mara just proving a bit uneconomical.
I wonder if he's bowling from the right end.
More runs here for Dench. I think it'll just be a single. It is. Quite a cool name, Bo Dench. Sounds like a country and western singer.
Yes.
It's a nice flowing drive from Jason Grobler. What are they applauding for? There's a lot of applause. There's going to be overthrows here for a start, so let's see exactly how many runs they get.
2.
Total is 2. Now so the applause is belated applause for a 50 because they missed it when it actually happened. He's now on 57 as it happens. But better late than never. Big swing into that favoured cow corner area. 6 more. So he's really been peppering that area today with success. Successful peppering. And that's
174.
6 number 5.
Or 35. Take the 5 wickets away, it's probably the easiest.
So there's only been 7 sixes. Well, I say only. There's been 7 sixes
They
this
are
entire
in
match.
order, the number, the
2 of them are
numbers
from Nigel Collins for New Zealand, and 5 from Jason Grobler. So only 2 batsmen hitting sixes today.
Yeah. 174.
And Scott Mara, quite expensive. 5 overs, none for 49. Vishal Dubé, 2 for 31 from 8, so this will be his last. I can see Todd McDonald warming up, so he may well return.
So it's
Oh yeah, and Paddy Sullivan as well. No sign of Nigel Collins at the bowling crease yet. And only a few overs from Adam Hastelow. He's bowled 4. Todd McDonald's bowled 4. Ben Rapson was expensive in his 4. Peter Connell, he's only bowled 4. He may not bowl again today. 1 for 9 he took. Heaved away by Grobler, not with much timing. It's just a single.
see the run rate is over 13,
Yeah.
nearly 13 and a half now.
Mm. He has quite a low front arm, Vishal Dubé. He doesn't get that front arm up very high. It might help with his arm ball. I'm not sure. Bit of a slingy action most of the time. That one's edged down to third man. It should actually run away. It's got plenty of pace on it. Paddy Sullivan gives up the chase. And the ball goes into the boundary for 4. Jason Grobler up to 66 now. Really pushing his case. Coming in at number 6 today. Opened the batting for Auckland at the IPT, but perhaps the middle order is more his spot. 68 off 46. 4 fours, 5 sixes. And now a cheeky reverse sweep as well into the same area as the last one. 4 runs. So showing off a little bit now. And Jason Grobler moves into the 70s. 70 he is from 46. Really good innings. Run rate 5.14. It's still a very hard ask from here.
185
13 and a half needed from here. 18.
off 36, so you can swap the 5 around. No, the 6s you can turn the 9s around to make them 6.
Okay, Paddy Sullivan back into the attack, replacing the expensive Scotty Mara. Full again from Sullivan, squeezed out by Grobler for a single.
I don't think the twins have got the same cricket boots on.
Oh, edged away past the keeper. It'll be pulled in inside the boundary and they'll take 2 more. So a lot more industry being shown by the batsman now, a little more urgency, and it's being reflected in the scoring rate. Bo Dench has added some excitement since he's come to the crease. And that's gone high in the air. It'll take some catching. Good effort by Todd McDonald, sprawling away with one hand, but can't take it. And the batsmen take 2.
Good fielder, isn't he, the wicket keeper?
Probably enjoy. Okay, 191 for 5 after 37 is the score. 8 overs to go. 115 needed. 191. Paddy Sullivan's been good today, 1 for 23 off 7. Leighton Parsons opened the batting with Andrew McCarr. McCarr was the first to go. Caught Cudby, the wicketkeeper, bowled Connell for 11. James Mackey was caught second slip. Good low catch by Steve Hobson for 2 off the bowling of Paddy Sullivan. Mark Culkin also caught in the slips. Another good catch. Ben Rapson off Todd McDonald for 2. Byron Jolivet
191
out for 13. LBW Vishal Dubé. And then Leighton Parsons finally dismissed for 59 off 83. With the score at 142. These two have put 50. Jason Grobler, he's whacked his way to 73 from 48. 5 4s, 5 6s. Bo Dench, 18 off 18. So in the first innings, the NZA guys clawed their way back from what looked like a very perilous situation, and in the second half of this innings they're recovering well.
The twins have got different cricket boots on.
Well, they've also got different numbers.
Yes, but if you're
looking at them from the front.
I've now got 2 things to work on.
Okay, Adam Hastelow back for his second spell. Short, and he's tried to pull it, hasn't really got anything on it. It's been called through by Bo Dench for a single. A leg by.
Right. What?
Good delivery from Hastelow, squared up Bo Dench, beat him on the outside.
Peter probably, Canal probably won't because he's off.
Swung away by Bo Dench. One bounce for 4, I think, or has it gone for 6?
4.
He's definitely crossed the boundary. Yeah, 1 bounce 4. Didn't really time it, and he's not a big, strong guy, but he sort of hoiked it over there, and
Been in
his
the river twice.
his 3rd boundary. 22 off 21 he is now. Number 77. Just a reminder, we'll be back here tomorrow, well not here, but on your computer screens tomorrow at 11 AM for New Zealand A versus Australia. That match will be at Power Oval in Rangiora, and if you can make it out in the flesh, then please do. If you can't, please feel free to follow on the live streaming starting just before 11 AM. Keep an eye on the Over-40s page as usual for all the details. It's the end of another over, the 38th.
197 off 38. Thank you. This Grobbler could get 100, couldn't he?
So Paddy Sullivan's return spell only lasted a short while, and he's been replaced by Todd McDonald. He bowled 4 overs early doors, 1 for 14, bowled pretty well, bowled a few wides though. Let's see how he goes when there's 2 set batsmen who are looking to score quickly, both of whom were in his IPT team, Auckland, so another Aucklander. Oh, nice little scoop shot from Bo Dench. Very cheeky. Well done, sir. Scooped the ball over where a short fine leg would have been, into the boundary for 4. Well played. Whoa, it's gone high in the air. I think it's going to go for 6. He's timed that beautifully. Almost looked a little bit like a top edge, but just got under and helped it on the way over deep backward square leg for 6. Great batting from Bo Dench. Look what he's up to. 33 off 25.
Yeah. Target run rate is 15.23 now.
Pulled away again, more runs for Dench. There's a man there, and it's just a single. And Bo contributed 34 of those, so he's keeping pace with Jason Grobb's 71 off 40. So innings from both players. Different styles. Into the side by John. And
Keep the 5 just out other thing because it's the only one that needs to fight for it. We've got loads and 3s and 4s, so somebody's mucked up the thing at some stage.
I think there's a third man there just coming into our picture now in real life, and that's Hamish Marshall. So one more to Grobbler. Cover, the man's coming around, will pick it up because there wasn't much timing in it from Dench, but he'll pick up another double. Slogged away. I think he's going to get 4 more. He is. Good. Aggressive shot by Bo Dench. Good knock. Grobbler goes square. Plenty of work for the fielder to do. That's Darren Cudby racing around, but he can't get there, and it's gone into the square leg boundary. 4 more. So some good run scoring in these last few overs from the NZA team. 8, 10, 11, 12 off this over so far. Just wonder what would happen. Scored a little bit quicker early on instead of going at 2.5. If they'd gone 4, would this have been a chaseable target? As it is, 79 off 31, pretty difficult. If it was 40 off 31, completely different story. Nothing that Grobbler can do there with that Yorker length delivery to end Hastelow's 6th over. He's got
2, 7 of 40.
So we will be back at this ground on Thursday and Friday of this week coming for the second and third international matches, New Zealand and Australia. The first match in that 3-match series is at Main Power Oval on Tuesday. And tomorrow's match is Australia versus New Zealand A, also at Main Power Oval. The Australian side looking very, very strong. A lot of excellent first grade players, as in still playing first grade cricket. So that'll be a great contest, particularly during the week, the New Zealand-Australia matches, but also tomorrow's match should be very interesting to see how New Zealand A's performance against Australia compares with their performance against New Zealand today. They have competed pretty strongly today, particularly in the second half of each innings. In both innings, they've not given things away. They've kept fighting, which is pretty impressive. McDonald to continue to dench, gives himself room, misses it. Oh, it's a wide though. The umpire, bowler's complaining, saying that the batsman moved away, which he did, but the umpire has to decide where the ball actually passed the stumps. Chip down the ground. I'll take what there's 2 to call, and indeed there is 2 there. Beautiful shot from Bo Dench over extra cover. That's going to be 4. Lovely placement. That's 50 runs for Bo Dench. Congratulations. Well batted, sir. 53 off 32 balls. 6 fours, 2 sixes. Excellent strike rate too, 165. He just sort of pushed the ball around for his first 15 or so runs. Didn't worry about boundaries too much. Just went to run a ball, but in the last 5 or so overs, he's really opened up and played some great shots. So, what can he do in these last 5 overs? He'll pick up 1 here as the ball goes down to long on.
Jimmy, it is the boundaries, not the boundaries are here.
Full toss, hit through the covers. I can't see if there's a fielder out there or not. Looks like there is.
Yes,
And they just take 1.
there.
So 9 off the first 5 balls of this over. Usually a pretty good return, but when you need 16 and over, you really need a few more boundaries. I'm not sure if that's a target that they're realistically trying to score. I think they're just looking for as many as they can. And that's another nice shot from Bo Dench. He's given himself room and he's squirted it down to third man. It's gone all the way for 4. I thought he'd just guided it into the gully, but he's got a lot of timing on that. So another good improvisational shot from Bo Dench.
You need to go 2-4-0.
13 off the over, not bad at all. It's a partnership of 98 between Grobler and Dench. And we've hardly even mentioned Jason Grobler in the last few overs. It's been all Dench, Dench, Dench.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Nuttall.
The two legends. Alright, Adam Hastelow to continue. 66 needed off 24 balls. 5 wickets in hand. Partnership of 98. So great comeback from these two. 142 for 5 when they came together. And they've added 98 runs. And it was... what over did that last wicket fall in? The 32nd over. So in just 9 overs they've scored 98 runs. 10 and over they've put on together, these two. More runs. There won't be 4 though. There's a man there. And they just take 1.
Both these could be vying for a spot in the squad.
Dench tries that little scoop again. It's a very low percentage shot, and this time he just gets the Q end on it. Still gets a run. It goes in front of square, which is certainly not where he was intending. So he's trying all sorts of things, Bo Dench. Gave himself some room that time, but maybe a bit too much, and he couldn't reach the ball. And well taken by the keeper, Hardeep Singh, who's done well behind the stumps. We haven't had to say his name too much, which is generally a good sign of a good keeper. It's that slower leg spinner that he bowls, Hastelow, and again it's a dot ball, so probably the target a little bit out of hand now with 20 and over needed, but NZA will, pretty sure they'll go down swinging. Beautiful shot through extra cover, slightly lofted, and it's gone for 4. So really good placement from Bo Dench. He's played that shot quite a few times today. Opened the face and carved it through and over extra cover. So boundary to end that over, 7 off it. Adam Hastelow, still pretty good figures in the context of the stage of innings that he's bowled at. None for 36 from 7. Todd McDonald is going to continue. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 45. So 59 needed off the last 3 overs. They've managed to get that run rate that they're scoring out to nearly 6, which, considering that it was below 3 at the first drinks break, is a pretty good effort. very full, and Grobbler can't make contact. So I think McDonald will be looking for those very full deliveries, the Yorker length, at least against Grobbler, who hasn't shown any indication that he likes the scoop or the ramp. Might be slightly different against Dench. Dench goes through extra cover again, but only takes a single this time as James Marshall scoots around. Good take down the leg side by Hardeep's wide delivery, which is called wide. Jason Grobbler just struggling a little bit now. He's been out there for quite a while. Maybe getting some cramp. There's that scoop again. He's got his own unique way of playing it, but it's gone down for 4 more. You just need to get a little bit of contact on because there's no fielder there, and the pace on the ball will do the work. So he's done that in this case and picked up a boundary for himself. So well played, Bo Dench. Up to 68 now from 40, almost catching up with Grobbler. It's really impressive.
Oh. It's 255, so put down 256 or something. It's not going to matter. Yeah. 43. Get horrible with it, don't they? It gets a bit steamier.
So 2 overs to go. 51 runs is nominally the target. 50 to tie. But I think most likely it'll be a case of just get what we can for Bo Dench and Jason Grobbler, who have added 113 now in just 11 or 12 overs. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage today, wherever you may be around the world, watching on the intraweb. Great to have you checking out some over-40s cricket. Stick around, we'll be here all week. Big hit, bounce to the field though. And one more to him, he's up 83. 5 in the top 5 the ball, plus a little bit more. That's a better delivery, nice and full, and all Dench can do is
Grobbler's now walking.
62 for 5 is the score. 44 overs gone, and 4, 6, 7 off that over. So 1 over to go now. The target's out of reach, but these two batsmen have battled through, not for a long time, they've only been together about 12 or 13 overs, but they've done a lot of running and hitting. Jason Grobler's struggling a little bit with what looks to be cramp. He's got himself up to 84 off 62 balls. That's the highest score of the match. 86 in fact, I think it is. Hardeep Singh made 78. He retired, so he could have beaten that. But Jason Grobler, excellent innings, 86, and Bo Dench, 73. He's really raced up there. 45 balls. Grobler hobbles. Hobbler. Hobbles through for a single. Big swing from Dench, doesn't have much power, and it's fielded by Steve Hobson on the boundary. So, as well as these two have batted, the New Zealand team have they wanted to see how the other bowlers fared, and they've done well.
Only 3 balls left. Just tell Bo to hit 4s.
So this match nearly over. Just a reminder that we will be back on air at 11 AM tomorrow for Australia against New Zealand A. I hope you will join us at some stage tomorrow. I'll be chatting away as long as my voice will hold up, and Anne will be alongside me, keeping me in line. And games every day this week except for Wednesday. So every day between now and Friday there'll be some cricket, except Wednesday. Everyone's having a day off then. Oh, that one just beats the outstretched hand of Todd McDonald down to Hamish Marshall in front of us here, who cleans up. So please do remember to like and follow the New Zealand Over-40s Facebook page. That's where all the links and match reports and scores will be provided. As we see Bo Dench just tap the last ball of the innings back to Todd McDonald. The players shake hands, and New Zealand win this match by 39 runs. 305 is what New Zealand scored, 266 is what New Zealand A end up with. Pretty good battle. Well done to Bo Dench and Jason Grobler, and in fact to all the players. It's been an excellent match, played in wonderful spirits. So, as I said before, we'll be back tomorrow just before 11. Hope to have your company then.